post time in July. It is also the start of the 2025 All-Star Handicapping Challenge, and we have
We do have a single qualifier on this Saturday afternoon here in Charlottetown. They're on the track. Hail Force wins number 1, Adam Werner. Do or Die the 2, Mike McGuigan. Stormy's Hush Money is the 3, David Dowling. 4 is Hamac Dixie, now with Ryan DeRaj. The Gambling Man is 5, Jason Hughes. Have a trotter from 6, Mile Hill Gus, Paul Morrison. EA Moneymaker, the 7, now Kenny Murphy. And the 8th Century Lucinda is scratched. No, also eligible. Scratch down to 6 2-year-olds and 1 3-year-old trotter in here. As the starter will take them around the track just for that one lap to get them used to the starting gate, these 2-year-olds, and then they'll be off in their qualifier. Lining up behind the gate, Hail Force wins with Murner. Do or Dies, the 2, Mike McGuigan. Dowling's on the 3, Stormy's Hush Money. Hamac Dixie from 4, Ryan DeRoche, The Gambling Man. Jason Hughes, 5. That 3-year-old trotter, Mile Hill Gus from 6 for Paul Morrison. EA Money Maker, the 7. Now gets Kenny Murphy, top of the stretch. 8 is scratched. Here they come. There they go. Off and racing. Stormy's Hush Money got the first call towards the rail. That is Hail Force Wins. And their outside is Hamac Dixie in third. At the rail, fourth. Do or Die. The trotter comes up fifth. That is Mile Hill Gus. Away in sixth. The Gambling Man. And the trailer, that's EA Money Maker. On the backstretch for time 1. Approaching the first quarter. Hamac Dixie about to take over the lead for Ryan DeRoche. Trotting up second on the outside is Mile Hill Gus. Now third. That is Stormy's Hush Money. Fourth along the inside. That's Hail Force Wins. Racing from fifth on the turn. Do or Die. Then in sixth as they approach the 3/8. They were comfortable to the quarter in 31 and 4. Off the turn they come towards the opening half mile. Now led by Hamac Dixie. Second, that's Mile Hill Gus. Third, Stormy's Hush Money. Then in fourth, Hail Force Wins. The fifth one, Do or Die. Sixth, The Gambling Man. And to the outside from seventh, that's EA Money Maker. The half mile 102 and 2, picking up to 30 and 3 in the second quarter. Arriving at the 5/8, the leader is Hamac Dixie. All alone, second, Mile Hill Gus. Back into third. Stormy's Hush Money. Then in fourth, Hail Force Wins, advancing on the outside fifth. That is EA Moneymaker. Do or Die, 6. And now the Gambling Man is the trailer. They're at the 3/4 now, and Hamac Dixie has a 5-length advantage on Mile Hill Gus. 133 flat the 3/4, 30 and 3 in the third. Just an eighth of a mile out. And Hamac Dixie by a half a dozen turning home. EA Moneymaker grinding away to pick up second. Back into third. That is Mile Hill Gus. And Stormy's Hush Money fourth. On the line, it's Hamac Dixie for Ryan DeRoche. Up for second, EA Moneymaker, and Mile Hill Gus hangs on to be third. Time for the mile in 2:02 and 2. Results of the qualifier: Hail Force Wins was 6th, Do or Die 5th, Stormy's Hush Money 4th, Hamac Dixie the winner. The Gambling Man was 7th. Mile Hill Gus finished 3rd. EA Moneymaker was 2nd. Century Lucinda was scratched. 31 and 4, 102 and 2, 133, 202 and 2. In review, 654, 173, 2 scratched.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to Red Shores. An audio check here from the HBI broadcast desk. Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee and Vance Cameron at our first 4 o'clock post times, Peter, for the season. Looks like a great afternoon.
Yeah, it is going to be a great afternoon. Like you mentioned, it is our first Saturday in July, which means we switched the post time to 4 p.m. We have a great looking feature in race number 14 today. We also have the start of the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. We've had this the last couple of Julys. So this will be the third season, and this year we have Melissa Keith, Ken Workington, and Garnet Barnsdale. So they'll be in the 4-week competition. We'll crown the winner on Saturday, July the 26th.
And coming up after the fourth race today, we're going to introduce the 2025 Gold Cup Ambassadors. Yes, it's hard to believe, but it's back again, and we're looking forward to introducing the ambassadors for 2025. That and another trackside presentation coming up here today. 40 minutes away from first race post time, we're going to kick things off with the Aisle Pick 5, that low 15% takeout and that $2,000 guaranteed pool.
become post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Well, they say after Canada Day, the weeks just fly by. Well, it is Saturday, July 5th. There's a shot of that historic winner's circle, and that's where we're going to be after race 4 when we introduce the 2025 Gold Cup and Saucer Ambassadors. Yes, it's hard to believe that time of year is back again, but before we do that, of course, we have to get through the Governor's Plate, and that's just around the corner as well. Much more on that and others coming up here today. This is Race Day. You're with Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee and Vance Cameron as we get ready to go on this Saturday afternoon with our post times at 4 o'clock. And Peter, we have so much on the broadcast here today. It's exciting because not only do we have great product on the track and off the track with our partners, but we also have the All-Star Handicapping Challenge, and it's back for the 3rd season.
It is, and Lee, excited to have them back this year. Melissa Keith will be taking part, along with Ken Morkington and Garnet Barnsdale. And again, we had Kenny in the pregame earlier on. We'll get to that in just a moment. But we're very excited to have it back for the 3rd season here at Red Shores, and it is our first Saturday here at the Charlottetown Driving Park at Red Shores. 4 p.m. post time.
Now, we will go right through to race 15. We have the feature coming up on race 14. They're going for a purse of $5,500, a power pack field of 5 with Save America as the morning line choice at 5 to 2. And we'll have that for you. It's a mixture of sun and cloud, the temperature in the high teens, the winds from the north-northwest at 14 kilometers an hour. Just a beautiful afternoon as we swing into early evening as well. And before you get into your plays today, and we'll get all the program and equipment changes, let's send it upstairs to Vance Cameron with all those important details. Vance.
Thank you, Lee, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for today's racing program, event number 19 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 19 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge is Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Derek Quinn and Mr. Dylan Allain. Now here are the afternoon's program and equipment changes. Not much to report on this Saturday afternoon. First change is in the 9th race. In race number 9, number 4, the sports test will go from blind to blinkers. The next and the final change is in race number 11. In the 11th race, number 4, Geish's Treasure, adding earplugs and a tail tie. That will wrap up the changes at this time on today's racing program. The Par Mutual windows open and selling. First race post time set for 4 p.m.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
So here we are. Race Day Live continues on this Saturday afternoon as we swing into our 4 o'clock post times for you. So we're coming up to the top of the hour. We have 15 minutes to go here. And this is the pregame with Lee Drake and Peter McPhee at the HBI broadcast desk. Now we swing into this 4 o'clock post time schedule, Peter, and we also have the 20th anniversary for $20,000. Hard to believe, but Red Shores is celebrating the 20th anniversary. And when you play $20 or more on the horses here on track today, you'll receive a ballot for a chance to win $20,000 on Gold Cup night. It's actually part of all lines of business here, so on the casino or in our restaurants as well. We have the second chance draws underway today, so just sign the back of those uncashed tickets and drop them in the ballot drums in all the respective locations for a chance to win that fabulous prize package. And the All-Star Handicapping Challenge, it's back for the third year in a row.
Yeah, and yes, here we go. This is the field for the 2025 edition of the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. Garnet Barnsdale, he's been close the past couple of years. He actually led most of the way last year, and Robert Reed collared him right on the last day, and Robert won it again. So Garnet's looking to win it, and I think he'll be close again this year. Great to have Melissa Keith on board this year as well. Melissa, the track announcer at Rideau Carlton Raceway. So she's in this year, the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. And, of course, everybody knows Ken Workington, Ken, the voice of the Meadowlands. And here, I think he said the last 15 years for Gold Cup and Saucer, so Lee, a strong field in the All-Star Handicapping Challenge.
Yeah, 5 points for win, 3 points for second, 1 point for show. And you can follow along on our social media platforms. And also, it's going to be fun to see, Garnet, Melissa, and Ken in action here this afternoon and get their thoughts on who they like in some of those picks. Mm-hmm. But you had a chance to talk to Ken Workington, and I talked to him last week, and you talked to him this morning, and he's set and ready to go, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. We were able to catch up to him. He's working, of course, tonight at the Meadowlands. They had 15 last night, he told me, 10 tonight. So he's on his way there to work at the Meadowlands. But we caught up to him earlier this morning and asked him how he's feeling about the Meadowlands Pace and the Hambo coming up in New Jersey. Ken Workington back as part of the competition this year. Of course, we know Ken from the Meadowlands and Red Shores. And Ken, how are things at the Meadowlands as you get set for the Meadowlands Pace and the Hambo?
Well, it's great to be with you again, Peter, and we're in the heat of the summer stake season here. Tonight we stage 2 Graduate Series finals. Next Saturday, it's Pace night. No eliminations necessary, 10 entries. The draw takes place live on our simulcast tonight at 6 p.m. Lou Print and Madden Oaks, 1-2 in the North America Cup. 1-2 in Dave Little's final top 10. Captain Optimistic, Fallout, both race tonight in a prep. 5 weeks to the Hambletonian, August 2nd, and you can find my weekly top 10 on social media and on our website, playmeadowlands.com. It's the toughest group of 3-year-old trotters in years, Peter.
Okay, looking forward to that, but we're also looking forward to you being part of the competition this year. So, Ken, you're very familiar with the drivers and trainers here at Red Shores. What are some of the keys you look for when doing your picks for Red Shores?
Well, vital elements, of course, form and class, current condition. I like to look for trip excuses. Post position, of course, paramount on a half-mile track. Win percentage of the horses, trainers, and the drivers. And generally, I look for a positive form cycle. Horse often coming off a layoff. Horses that are trending right, sharpening up for a winning effort. And a barn change can be a strong angle.
And Kenny, I've worked with you a lot during the past. You've been here for numerous years now. And you don't usually play the favorites. So am I right in saying that you're usually looking for some value?
Well, my goal is always to look for value, but sometimes you have to bow to the chalk or the favorites, especially if you're simply trying to win a contest like this. Constantly picking against the favorite might earn you some style points, and I like that, but it won't pay off in the long run. You got to go for the high percentage, and especially when you're trying to win a competition like this, and that's what I took. That's the main thing I took from last year's challenge.
Now, you're going up against Garnet Barnsdale and Melissa Keith. They certainly know their stuff in the harness racing game. How are you feeling going into week number 1?
Well, certainly knowing what I'm dealing with gives me a leg up and some confidence going in. I haven't followed Red Shores too much for a while, but I have watched the recent replays. I guess all three of us are basically in the same boat here. We may not have the same styles of handicapping, but as usual, I think it'll be competitive. It'll be interesting and fun, and it's going to be tough because on Saturday you've got, 8 and 9 horse fields, and it's not going to be easy. Some tricky puzzles.
Yeah, for sure. And Kenny, before we wrap this up, we all know you love coming to Prince Edward Island. How are you feeling about coming back for Gold Cup and Saucer 66?
As you well know, I frequently talk to Lee Drake, your boss. So many exciting things are happening at Red Shores. As you know, you're right there. And when the calendar turns every year, Peter, I start thinking about it. And once my trip is booked, and it is, I can't wait to be part of that tremendous Red Shores broadcast team, and the staff is great there. It's a pleasure to work there. I love the people. It's a great event. Of course, the Gold Cup and Saucer and Old Home Week. And you know I love Charlottetown and all my haunts there. And it's my home away from home. This will be my 15th year, Peter.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Yeah, Kenny, we're looking forward to seeing you again. Safe travels. Have a great Meadowlands pace, and we'll see you here in August. Looking forward to seeing you.
All right, take care. Thank you.
That's Ken Workington, of course, the voice of the Meadowlands. He is part of the 2025 All-Star Handicapping Challenge. It starts today here in Charlottetown. Our first post is 4 p.m.
So there you go. I love Ken Workington, the way he actually approaches each and every race. Now, we've worked with him a lot over the years, as you said, and he does. He looks at a lot of different angles, and if you ever get a chance, as we have, see his show prep when he comes in, he has pages of show prep done. He does look at a lot of different angles,
Yeah.
and I think that's pretty cool to have a chance to talk to these handicappers before they go to work today and before some of the betting public gets to see some of their choices, because they do put a lot of work into it.
100%, Lee, and he has the enthusiasm. Kenny is excited for every card that he works, not only at the Meadowlands, but here at Red Shores. You can see that in the interview. He absolutely loves harness racing. He's getting prepped for the Meadowlands Pace, which he said is next weekend, and then the Hambo as well. So he'll be here in August. He'll be excited, Lee. We all know he loves coming to the island, and we look forward to seeing him in August.
Yeah, Hall of Famer Ken Workington. Great to have him back in the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. All right, we'll take a break. It is a fast track today, mixture of sun and cloud. The temperature at 19, and the wind not much of a factor as well. We've got some great action coming up. 8 minutes away from opening race post time.
First race pacers and the drivers entered the track on parade. Red-Eyed is Shanghai #1, is owned, trained, and driven by Wade Myers of Charlottetown. All My Lovin' 2 was owned by Windermere Farms, Brian and Ira Wallach Racing of New Jersey, Debbie Denny and Clive Balderson, trained by Earl Watts, Gilles Barrio. Don't Come Looking 3, owned by Harold Ariane and Angelique Duguay of Pabos, Quebec, trained by Chris Davies, David Dowling. Big Pond Cash number 4, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell drives. Redland Extinguisher number 5, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford, Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown, trained by Kenny Arsenault, Mike McGuigan catch drives. Lindale Mr. Mac number 6, owned by David McDonald of Belfast, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes drives. 7 is Moonfall, owned by Hal Smith of Pownell, Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Corey McPherson drives. 8 is Salisbrook Rock Rough, owned by Sean Murphy of Charlottetown and Darcy Murphy of Rothsay, New Brunswick, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee. 9, Jack Wick, Kenny Arsenault training and driving for owner Dan McIsaac, Charlottetown. 4 minutes to post time. You're watching Race Day from Red Shores, Charlottetown. Lee Drake and Peter McPhee at the HBI broadcast desk to take you through our first Saturday afternoon card here in July.
Well, ready to kick things off today, Vance, with the Isle Pick 5. You pick the winner of 5 races in a row to win, and it starts right here in race 1. So you have to have your ticket in or purchased online through HBI. Low 15% takeout, that guarantee pool at $2,000. And it's a nice way to get it rolling here this afternoon in 15 races, Peter. And we're going to make our way out to the track here today. 9 horses to open things up here in the Isle Pick 5. And I have to just key in on Ken's comment. Yeah, you get 9 horse fields and full fields like we do here in Charlottetown. It's hard to figure out that puzzle for sure.
It's hard to pick 2 or 3 in a row, let alone 5. But this is a great way to kick it off, like we always do with the guaranteed $2,000 pool and the industry low 15% takeout.
Okay, so the action's underway here as we land on the 2 to get things rolling here on this Saturday afternoon. Daily double, exacta, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, and of course you can tag your ticket with the wild horses here on track. This is All My Lovin' for Windermere Farms, Franks and Ira Wallach of Racing out of New Jersey, and Debbie Denny along with Clive Balderson. Hi to Clive today. Nice to have you tuned in. Maybe you're here on track. We haven't made it to Inverness, Nova Scotia yet, Peter, but this colt did with a great second-place finish in stakes action. Hasn't missed top 3 in all 5 starts, and should be hard to deny in here for trainer Earl Watts, who's batting .354.
Yeah, having a nice start to the season is Earl. And this horse here, the last 2 have been good. We'll go to June 7th, right here in Charlottetown. That winner's a 1-2, left 3. You can see 5th, middle part of the mile, 3rd. At the top of the lane, sprints home in 28 to finish 2nd to DJ Mustang. Really nice effort, 55-4, and closed it out in a snappy 28 seconds for Adam Murner. On that day, like you mentioned, went to Inverness for the last start. Lennox Sire Stake A, outside middle part of the mile, 2nd at the top of the lane, and again 28-2 on the end of it, just missing at the very end. Rosetown Eclipse won it. All My Lovin' right there for 2nd. So knocking on the door for a win. Good post to work from today. Gilles Barrio gets the call on the bike. All My Lovin' 4-5.
Hey, we have birthday wishes going out to today to Joanne McRae celebrating. So, Joanne, happy birthday to you from all of us here at Red Shores and everyone in the backstretch and the harness racing industry. Of course, McRae's been around this business for a very long time. So,
happy birthday, Joanne.
Yes, all the best to you. Let's go out to the 4 now. This is Big Pond Cash, 2-1 right now. Nice price on this colt. Mark Campbell driving for son Landon Campbell and Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey. So coming into the action, he really turned his game around this June, and the Campbell father-son team have been red hot lately.
Yeah, Mark's leading the way here in Charlottetown in wins. I think Landon is 2nd on the training side. So, yeah, they're starting to heat up here. And so is this horse, Big Pond Cash. You can see the last 2 have been on the front. The one here on the 14th, left 5. Mark pointed the horse early. They went right down the highway. Nice win, 55-1, 28-2. And then went to Inverness in the B. Similar strategy. Mark put the horse right on the engine. They went right down the road, and they were just collared in the final stride. Second on that day, 57, 28, and 3. So I'm thinking from post 4, this guy is going to be pointed out, and they may try the same strategy again here. Try to go right down the road in the opener here. Big Pond Cash and a hot Mark Campbell, 8-5.
So the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling into position here for the opener here today. There's a look at the 9. This is Jack Wick, Obadiah Kaizik of Charlottetown, Kenny Arsenault training and driving here today. Arsenault put this guy into play early last week, pulled off the victory there, Pete. This post isn't ideal, but I think he should be in the mix here. And by the way, just a note, only 2 away Kenny is from 1,000 training wins.
Amazing. And yeah, he's knocking on the door for 1,000 on the training side. This horse raced really large last time out in that 1-2, left 5 outside. You can see a long way, made his way to the front in deep stretch, and then won by a length and a half, 57-4. 30-2, an excellent effort from post 5. So the back tier here tonight, but coming off that start, thought it was a very good start. It wasn't an easy trip, and he still was a winner last time out. So from post 9, we'll put him in for third here. Jack Wick, 6-1.
Nice to see the historic Judges Tower today. That's a place where you ever get a chance to go. That's a place to hang out, and there's a private booking over there today, and it's just a great day for it. Nice to have you here. Just before we go, we have a couple of, so I had a couple of texts here today. So I can report that the Gold Cup Grandstand seats went on sale on Wednesday, just after Canada Day, as they always do. And there were only 25 left on Thursday, and now they were sold out. So an update on that, of course. You snooze, you lose in these situations where everybody wants to go to the Gold Cup and Sauce, and they want to make sure they get their seats. So that is another check mark off the list for those sales. Countdown clock's in for the opener here this afternoon at Charlottetown, the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. And the horse is rolling into position. Let's send it upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Red Eye to Shanghai, all my lovin'. Don't come looking. Big Pond Cash. A Redland Extinguisher. Lindale Mr. Mac. Moonfall and Salzbrook Rock Rough up front. The trailer Jack Wick. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing along the rail, Red Eye to Shanghai leaving out alongside All My Lovin'. Then the third one to the turn, Big Pond Cash away on the outside. That is Moonfall. Then at the rail, Don't Come Looking in fifth. Jack Wick cut away 6th. 7th, that's Lindale Mr. Mac. Then racing from 8, check that up on the inside for 7th, Redland Extinguisher. Then it's Lindale Mr. Mac and the trailer Salzbrook Rock Rough. They were at it and to it and to it and at it on the front end here on this Saturday afternoon. And Big Pond Cash and Campbell have taken over up at 28 and 4 opener. Racing second, Red Eye to Shanghai. Third, Don't Come Looking. Then in 4th, that is Moonfall. Racing from 5th, as they move through the stretch, is Jack Wick. Then 6th, Redland Extinguisher. Lindale Mr. Mac is 7th. 8th, Salzbrook Rock Rough. All My Lovin', the heavy post-time favorite, is now 9th. They were halfway home in 58 and 1. Here's Moonfall on the outside. Up to engage the leader, Big Pond Cash. Red Eye to Shanghai 3rd. Jack Wick, he's coming 4th on the outside. Then 5th is Don't Come Looking. Redland Extinguisher 6th. Lindale Mr. Max 7th. 8th, Salzbrook Rock Rough. All My Lovin' is 9th. They're by 3/4. Moonfall has cleared with McPherson. Jack Wick on the outside 2nd. 3rd at the rail, Big Pond Cash. 4th on the outside, Don't Come Looking. 3/4 up in 1. 28 flat, they're homeward bound. Moonfall looking for the big-time upset in here. Racing second, Jack Wick. Then third, Don't Come Looking. On the wire, they come next. Here's Kenny Arsenault, 999. Training Victories on the wall. Jack Wick gets him home here in the opener. 158 flat.
Well, a lot of things happen in that race for sure there as we get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you through the stretch here today. The 2 All My Lovin' was charging to the front there. I don't know really what happened there. It's sort of a weird step, but Barrio took that horse back, and then it was, of course, right on the engine here with a lot of action, and nice to see Kenny Arsenault get up here, Peter, for 9.99.
Yeah, again, the 4 got to the front. The 7 came through 28 and 4, 58 and 1. Second over for Jack Wick. I talked about him in the pre-race. He went a big mile last time out. I thought he'd be around here at the end, and Kenny times it perfectly here. Going to get up and nip Corey late here. Jack Wick and Kenny Arsenault, 999 career training wins for Kenny to kick it off at Red Shores.
Here comes Jack Wick to the first race, winner's circle. Big Pacing Gelding 4, Bob McQuicket from the Big Jim Dam, Pops Punkin, homebred of Dan McIsaac of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault, training and drive. Kenny has his 999th training victory. That's Jack Wick in a 158.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from the first race. Red Eye to Shanghai, 3rd. All My Lovin' 9th. Don't Come Looking, 5th. Big Pond Cash was 8th. Redland Extinguisher, 4th. Lindale Mr. Mac was 6th. Moonfall finished 2nd. Salisbrook Rock Rough was 7th. Jack Wick, the race winner. Fractions of 28 and 4. 58 and 1. 128. And the mile in 158. In review, it's 395, 846, 271. Jack Wick, 2790 to win. Exactor, 560, 610. Triactor honored the ticket of 9-7 all at 1200, 2780. Superfecta carryover.
Okay, welcome back to the HBI broadcast desk here in Charlottetown this afternoon. It's Peter McPhee, Lee Drake, and Vance Cameron with you as we take you through the 15-dash program here in Charlottetown. We're working on race number 2. We'll get to the picks in just a moment. First of all, I want to tell you about the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. The Handicapping Challenge returns to Red Shores for the month of July. Garnet Burnsdale, Melissa Keith, and Ken Workington will battle for top spot in the 4-week competition. Point totals will be updated on a weekly basis, and the winner will be crowned on Saturday, July the 26th, as we roll in the picks here for race number 2. Okay, and here's a look at our selections today. Melissa Keith going 1, 4, and 2. For race number 2, Ken Workington, who we had on in the pregame. Ken going 4, 3, and 1. Garnet Burnsdale, runner-up last year in the competition, 3, 2, and 6. And Kurt Hughes with post-time picks going to the 1 as well.
Shadows in the Night will lead the second race post-race, owned by Peter Smith, Don Smith, Gerald Morrissey, and Wade Piccone, trained by Kenny Arsenault, Brody McPhee, catch drives. Axo Noble number 2 is owned by Jeff Valley of Thornton, Ontario, and Michael Bailey of Morel, trained and driven by Miles Heffernan Jr. Moonlight 3, owned by the ICU stable of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. Elm Grove the Moon number 4, owned by Peter Smith of Stratford, Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. Huntsville Maid number 5, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge. Ashley Gamester does the conditioning, driven by Jason Hughes. No Mo Fear number 6, owned by Paul Doyle and Darla J. of Charlottetown. Paul does the training and driven today by Mark Campbell. 4 minutes. 2 post time. Back down to Lee and Peter with a rundown of the top 5 drivers at Red Shores, Charlottetown.
Okay, so here we go, and we were talking just on the pre-race, Peter, about how Mark Campbell has been hot lately, and he certainly has been winning races in bunches here, 4s and 5s and 3s, and he is now on top of the leaderboard, and he leads the way with 45 wins, and next is Gilberto with 34.
Yeah, third is Adam Murner. He's having a real nice start to the season. Adam with 27 wins. He sits third in Charlottetown, and we have a tie for fourth. Jason Hughes has 24 wins, along with David Dowling, both with 24. Everyone chasing Mark Campbell at the top with 45.
So we'll have an update on the handicappers coming here soon, and we'll also introduce the Gold Cup ambassadors after the 4th. So that's still on the schedule here this afternoon as we're working 3 minutes away from race number 2, and we've landed on the 4. This is Elm Grove the Moon. Corey McPherson, who had a big night last night at Truro with the Curran team as they they won the Lindsay Cup over there, Lindsay Construction Cup, and boy, what an effort it was too.
Used a couple of times during the race and still able to come out and around Twinbee tough enough late. Excellent effort, and Corey also won with Rosetown Mary over there.
That's right, and new record there for that big cup race, so congratulations. So got a really good live drive in here. as they come into action here today for Peter Smith and Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown. This ownership team also has the one in here, so we'll get to that in just a few minutes. But Shadows in the Night, who we'll talk about in a minute, but this guy has a chance to go back-to-back Elm Grove of the Moon.
Yeah, I thought the horse raced really well last week. Lee left 4, and Corey was aggressive early, was able to sit up near the action. You can see the line. Again, second at the top of the lane, and then comes home in 29 and wins the race. It was a nice effort, scooting up to win, beating the Redland Extinguisher right at the wire for that first win. So again, that was a confidence booster last week, into the same spot this week. We'll see what the strategy is, but coming off that one, we'll go back to Elm Grove Moon here and Corey McPherson 6-1.
Well, we said we'd talk about the one, and here is the one. And this colt by Shadow Play, Shadows in the Night. Love the name. And Peter Smith, Donald Smith, Gerald Morrissey, and Wade Baconi on the ownership papers here. Kenny Arsenault's the trainer, and he's in action here. Brody McPhee will do the driving here. And finished 5th last time, but wasn't far off the winner, Peter, in 2 minutes flat with a strong closing panel.
Yeah, I like the fact that, Lee, if you look at the last 3, the horse has been going a little faster each time out. You mentioned the last one, left 5, tucked in most of the way, 5th, but again, 2 minutes, 29 and 2. And the ones prior to that, 3 down, went in 2, 2 and 1, 29 and 4. Came out again on the 21st, left 4, finished 6th, 2 minutes, 4 fifths, 29 and 3. And then last time out, we mentioned 2 minutes, 29 and 2. So yeah, the good news for me is this horse is getting faster every time out. I like the fact that the horse is on the rail, and Brody McPhee gets the call here. Shadows in the Night, yeah, 6-1.
Okay, a field of 6 here for race number 2 on this Saturday afternoon. No Mo Fear. Mark Campbell driving for Paul Doyle today, and Paul and Darla J co-own as they're getting ready to go here. They're going to leave from the 6, and this Power Pack field has the fastest start line than anyone else here in the field on their last start, and add the Campbell factor in.
Yeah, again, on the driver switch here, Lee, we're going to put this horse in, No Mo Fear. The 1-3 down for me, June 14th. That winner's a 1-2, left 2. Was tracking mid-pack most of the way, but I like the final time, 58 and 3. And the final panel was 28 and 4 from post 2. It's raced a couple of times since then. Was 6th last time out, charted in 59. But from post 6 today, and the driver change, we'll call for 3rd here on No Mo Fear. And this betting board's turning into be a good one here. The 5 took a lot of early money. Huntsville made for Hughes. But again, there's lots of good choices as we get set for the 2nd.
Well, Peter, we have one of our teammates here today at Red Shores in our Red Shores food and beverage division.
Okay.
Cassidy Lowe, who always does a great job with us and all the guests, celebrating a birthday today.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Cassidy.
Happy birthday from all of us. And I know you're in for a busy day today, and you're always busy, but we wanted to pass along a happy birthday wishes to you from the Red Shores team this afternoon. Countdown clock's in for race number 2. They're lining in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it back upstairs to the race call with Vance Cameron.
There's a half a dozen noses moving up to the starting gate. Those noses belong to Shadows in the Night, Axo Noble Moonlight, Elm Grove the Moon, Huntsville Maid, No Mo Fear, top of the stretch. Second race, ready for a start. Offside at the rail when Shadows in the Night, and there they go, off end pacing. Moonlight, the first call, to his outside. Elm Grove, the Moon, then farther out, No Mo Fear towards the rail. Axo Noble, then the fifth one is Huntsville Maid, and the trailer, Shadows in the Night. Up the backstretch they go, led by Moonlight. In line to Kenny Arsenault. Elm Grove, the Moon, going to take a shot at him early here on the outside second. All alone third is No Mo Fear. Up into fourth, Huntsville Maid. Axo Noble fifth. The trailer, Shadows in the Night. They're by the quarter. Here's Elm Grove, the Moon, and McPherson to take over off a 28 and 4/4 mile. Second, that is Moonlight. Then third is No Mo Fear. Up into fourth, Huntsville Maid. Back to fifth is Axo Noble. And the trailer, Shadows in the Night. They approach the midway point, led by Elm Grove, the Moon, and Corey McPherson. They're halfway home. Second, that is Moonlight. Third is No Mo Fear. There goes Huntsville Maid underway fourth. Axo Noble fifth. Shadows in the Night sixth. 58 and 4 was the half mile. Midway around the paddock turn, arriving next at 5/8. Huntsville Maid up to challenge the leader, Elm Grove, the Moon. Then Moonlight races third. No Mo Fear is tipping out fourth. Axo Noble fifth. Shadows in the Night, the trailer. New leader on the outside. Huntsville Maid at the rail. Elm Grove, the Moon coming back on here. No Mo Fear is taking over third. Moonlight is fourth. 3/4 in 1. 29 and 1. They're down to an eighth to go. Elm Grove, the Moon, reclaiming. No Mo Fear looms the danger here. Down the stretch they come. Elm Grove, the Moon on the outside. No Mo Fear has him collared late. No Mo Fear for Campbell. Elm Grove, the Moon second. Huntsville Maid third. Time for the mile in 1:59.3.
Well, we talked about this guy in the pre-race, Peter, No Mo Fear, and Campbell coming in, teaming up with Paul Doyle here today, and they get in great position here, track position, and Campbell just angles out through the stretch and gets up for the first win of the 2025 campaign, second lifetime.
Yeah, driver change here today. Lee was, I think, a big factor here today for No Mo Fear. We'll talk about it early. Moonlight and Elm Grove, the Moon, they battled it out early. Corey didn't want to sit in the two-hole. He's out and around with Elm Grove Moon through 28 and 4, 58 and 4. First over attack for Huntsville Maid, not today. And then down the stretch they come. Mark, like you said, had No Mo Fear in position, and he's able to grind up and buy the 4 Elm Grove Moon here with No Mo Fear. The driver change here today works out perfectly. Campbell and No Mo Fear in race number 2 at Redshores.
No Mo Fear arriving at the second race winner's circle, pacing Brown Gelding 3 by Fear the Dragon from the Rock and Roll Hanradam, Maureen Rocks, owned by Paul Doyle and Darla J. of Charlottetown, bred by Emerald Highlands Farms of Ohio, trained by Paul Doyle. Mark Campbell drives to victory. 159 and 3.
This race replay is brought to you by Racetrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Racetrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Racetrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results in the second race: Shadows in the Night finished sixth, had broken equipment. Axo Noble fifth. Moonlight fourth. Elm Grove the Moon second. Huntsville Maid was third. No Mo Fear was the race winner and also had broken equipment. Fractions of 28 and 4, 58 and 4, 129 and 1, and the mile in 159 and 3. In review, 6 by 4, 231. No Mo Fear, 850 to win. The exactor $20, triactor 45.40, superfecta 1604, the early daily double 133.70.
If I can have your attention, please, your attention, especially those on the tarmac or making their way over to the historic Judges Tower. You do not cross the track unless you get escorted by security team, okay? No crossing the track unless you're escorted by one of our security team members. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to Race Day Live on this Saturday afternoon. Beautiful day here in Charlottetown, and we have lots of action still to come. The drive, the Gold Cup 66, yeah, it's underway. It's hard to believe, but the ambassadors are going to be introduced here after the 4th, so we'll get a chance to meet them for this year. And as we count down the Gold Cup 66, HPI customers play across the country wager $25 or more per card at Red Shores Charlottetown during this month, receive a ballot to win $666. That's right, all part of the 66th running of the Gold Cup, and some merchandise. And you can sign up free at hpibet.com or play the horses at Red Shores. They have the new app, too.
Yes.
You can download that from the App Store.
Very easy to sign up and play, and if you do with HPI Bet, you can certainly get in on all the Red Shores action.
So we're going to slide in the picks here for race number 3.
Oh.
Post parade.
All better on the third race parade. O'McCann Hardy of Bedford, Glenn Hardy of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. Friar Voltaire 2 is owned by Eric and Luke Much, Douglas Molyneux, and Basil Hunter. Basil does the training. Brady Sweet drives. Camco Lucas 3, owned by Hal Smith of Pownell, Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee. 4, Woodmere Sinatra, owned by Jeff Skinner, Bob Skinner, and Daniel Hiltz of Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. 5, Abiding Art, owned by Jack and Brendan Melanson of Stanley Bridge, Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Gascoigne AC, the 6, owned by Murray McDonald of Belfast, trained by Tammy Collings, Mark Campbell. The Tulsa King is 7, owned by Josh McDonald, Mike Dix, and Cam McDonald, Mike McGuigan, trainer driver. And the 8 Windermere Joel. On the Windermere Farms, Hollis Newsom, Clive Balderson, and Mike Curry. Trained by Earl Watts, Joe Burial. 4 minutes to post time. Lee and Peter return with a look at the top 5 trainers in Charlottetown.
Okay, so we had a look at the top drivers last time, and now let's have a look at the top trainers. And it's always an action-packed leaderboard. Jennifer Doyle leads the way with 22 wins, but it's close, Peter.
Yeah, very close. Like you mentioned, Jen, with 22 wins in first place right now. Landon Campbell second with 19 wins. Adam Murner third with 16 right now. Jeff Holmes is fourth with 14. And Ashley Gamester in fifth with 13. Very close in the training standings at Red Shores in Charlottetown.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's an update on today's 50-50 draw. The PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association will be donating their half of the 50-50 to the Heffernan family who lost their home last weekend to fire. So make sure you pick up your 50-50 today from your friends at the PEI Standardbred Horse Owners Association, with their portion of the 50-50 being donated to Team Heffernan.
So race number 3 on track here this afternoon. And just a reminder, no crossing the track unless you're escorted by a Red Shores security team member. So we have the horses on the track here. It's busy here today. Just want to remind you of that. Safety first here today. There's a look at the rail sitter. 9-2 choice right now. So the better's all over this guy. I'm not sure about our handicappers. I think Ken Morganton is squeaking out a bit of a lead here, but it's early on a long afternoon. So all better here for Ken Murphy, and his dad Clifford Murphy is the trainer. Ken Hardy at Bedford and Glenn Hardy, Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia. So coming in here. I know you love closing quarters. That's why I set up a horse too. This guy is 27-1 closer, so watch out for him this afternoon.
He's knocking on the door, Lee. The last 3, he just can't quite get there. Last time I thought he raced really well. He was in the pocket all the way. I thought when he angled out he might go by, but he was second to Woodmere Rocket Man in a good effort, 58-2. Like you said, 28-2 on the end of it. Prior to that, he was off the rail, tracking all the way for third to One Wicked Man, 55-1, 27-1, and the one 3 down, June the 14th, second, 57-2. 28-1. He's sitting on a win, I think, and Kenny's going to give him a good trip from the rail here today. All better, 9-2.
Okay, full field of 8 here in action with the service now on the 1, 9-5, 4 at 7-2, and some good value on that board there as we roll through there. And there's a look at the 4 right now. Woodmere Sinatra, David Dowling driving for the leading trainer here in Charlottetown, Jennifer Doyle, who was actually the overall winner of the trainer last year
in Charlottetown, yes.
Yep. So she's off to a great season here again. And Jeffrey and Robert Skinner along with Daniel Hiltz of Nova Scotia. So 55 and 56 range here this afternoon will put this son of roll with Harry in the top 3, we think.
I think so too, Lee. Again, moving on up the ladder here. 401s, 2 down on June the 21st. Left 2, you can see was at the back early and didn't just made his way up during the race. And you can see was storming on the end, 29-2. Just missed Freight Air. Won it. This guy was coming, charging late second, 55-3. Real good effort. Then he went up the ladder to the 701s off the rail. He was tucked in all the way. A good third to Freight Air again, 56-4. 29-4. So no Freight Air today, but Woodmere Sinatra has a good post to work from. Dowling will drive 7-2.
All right, in action here on the backstretch in a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Friar Voltaire is a newcomer here to Charlottetown. Brady Sweet driving for trainer Basil Hundle, took over from Victor Putty, a name that we know very well, coming here for the Gold Cup and Saucer over the years. And Eric and Luke Much and Doug Molyneux, Basil Hunter, share the ownership team now. So the newcomer to Charlottetown, racing on a 5/8 beat, but so we'll see how he handles a half. And to be fair, I looked him up here, and he has raced in a half in London, Grand River, in his career, but mostly in 5/8. So we'll see how it works out for him today on the inside post 2.
Yeah, and again, like you mentioned, he's coming from Rideau Carlton in Ottawa there, the 5/8 track. 3 down at Rideau, left off the rail, 5th, 54-2, 29-3, again on the 5/8 track. And the last start was on June the 11th at Rideau as well, left 2, finished 4th, 55-4, 29-4. So makes the move to PEI. It is a half-mile track. Post 2, Brady Sweet drives, Friar Voltaire, 4-1.
Well, swinging into this first weekend in July on our Saturday post-time schedule, and then before you know it, we'll be coming up to the Governor's Plate. That starts on the 13th, the eliminations there, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. So Sunday, July 13th, then the Governor's Plate on Saturday, July 19th, 4 p.m. post-time. So those 4s we're working a sequence here throughout the month, but everyone talking about track records. I'd love to see one. Countdown clock is in for the 3rd. Behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Full field of 8. Let's send it upstairs. It's post time. Here's Vance Cameron.
All better. Friar Voltaire. Kemco Lucas, Woodmere Sinatra. Abiding Art, Gascoigne AC. The Tulsa King. Windermere Joel's on the grandstand side, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing, all better, the first one out. Second is Friar Voltaire. Third one to the turn, Kemco Lucas. Racing from 4th. From the outside is Gascoigne AC. Up the rail 5th, Woodmere Sinatra. Then Abiding Art 6th. Outside 7th, Windermere Joel. Then the trailer. That is the Tulsa King. It's all better for Kenny Murphy in the early going as they approach the quarter pole. Friar Voltaire second, about to drop in third. That's Gascoigne AC. 4th is Kemco Lucas. 5th, Woodmere Sinatra. Now racing 6th is Windermere Joel, followed by Abiding Art and the Tulsa King. 28 and 2, the opening quarter mile. They're in straight alignment coming off the turn, led by All Better. 2-hole ride, Friar Voltaire. Then 3rd is Gascoigne AC. 4th is Kemco Lucas. Woodmere Sinatra racing to the outside. 5th, now flushing the cover of Kemco Lucas will be first up. Then 6th, up the rail to Abiding Art. Windermere Joel 7th, and the Tulsa King is 8th. 57-4. Opening half mile, off stride on the turn, went Windermere Joel. They're going to 3/4, All Better the leader. Up second on the outside is Kemco Lucas. Third up the rail, Friar Voltaire. 4th on the outside, that is Woodmere Sinatra. On the rail, 5th is Gascoigne AC. Abiding Art 6th, the Tulsa King 7th. Windermere Joel 8th, 1. 27-2 down at 3/4. Shade more than an 8th left to go. All Better at the rail, the leader. Kemco Lucas on the outside, right alongside. Up the rail, 3rd, Friar Voltaire. They're in deep stretch now on the wire. Kemco Lucas for Brody McPhee. In for second, Friar Voltaire. All better held third. Time for the mile in 1:56.3.
Well, sent off at 7-2 odds here today. McPhee put the Camco Lucas in first up action here. Peter gets up in the final strides to get it done here today and gets that second win of the campaign. And yeah, big win for McPhee.
Tipped your hat to him first over here today. Excellent effort. As you said, all better go to the front. 28-2. Friar Voltaire was sitting second through 57-4. Brody goes first with Camco Lucas, 127-2, and he challenges all better. They swing off the turn, and he's full of momentum coming down the lane. Is Camco Lucas full of pace here on the end of it, and Brody's going to get him there, 156-3. Tip your hat to Camco Lucas today. First up and scores for McPhee in race number 3 at Red Shores.
Camco Lucas has arrived at the third race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 3 by Malicious off the Stonebridge Terror Dam, Camco Terra. Only Hal Smith of Pownell and Ian Smith of Stratford. Bred by Blair Campbell of Darlington. Trained by Tommy Weatherby and driven to victory by Brody McPhee to a new race win record of 156-3. Camco Lucas in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results from the third race. All better third. Friar Voltaire second. Camco Lucas the race winner. Woodmere Sinatra fifth. Abiding Art was seventh. Gascoigne AC fourth. The Tulsa King sixth. Windermere Joel was eighth. 28-2. 57-4. 127-2. The mile in 156-3. In review 3-2-1. 5-7-4. 6-8. Camco Lucas 950. Exactor 5530, Triactor 18680, Superfecta 25883. Fourth race on Post Parade. Number 1 is Good Omen, owned by Roseanne Langell, Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. Two Man Terrio, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick. David Dowling trains and drives. Salisbury Ian 3, owned by the Red Oak Stables of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith, Corey McPherson. Well Said Celeb 4, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skirman and Shane Essen. Adam Murner trains and drives. 5 Tradition, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Laurie Hennessy of Charlottetown, trained by Gordy Hennessy. Today, Mark Campbell. Early Play number 6, owned by Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart, trained by Jeff Holmes. Brady Sweet aboard. 4 minutes to post time. Lee and Peter have details on the Red Shores 20th anniversary giveaway.
Well, first of all, it's hard to believe it's 20 years. Just seemed to fly by. But we do have that 20th anniversary giveaway. 20 years in the making, $20K for the taking. That's right, $20,000. You'll have a chance to win that on Gold Cup night. It'll be drawn just before the Gold Cup and Saucer. And we do have some weekly prize, so that's why it's important to get in now, to get in that draw. And you spend $20 or more on racing here today, on track, or in the casino, or dining, Peter. And you get a ballot. And, of course, you never know. We could draw your name.
Oh, yeah, wouldn't that be great? 20,000, Lee, the grand prize. And like you said, you can get it on all lines of business here at Red Shores. Of course, the racing side, but dining and gaming as well.
And you'll also see those second chance draw ballot drums today for the Gold Cup and Saucer. Second chance draw. And that's another great package. $500 cash. You get a table on the trackside patio. You get a hotel room. You get some cash. You get some wagering vouchers. So, yeah, it should be fun, too. So a couple of big promotions underway now is we have the countdown to the Gold Cup here and the countdown to the Governor's Plate at our Summerside location. Action-packed. Okay, so we make our way out to the track here. This is Salisbury Ian. Corey McPherson driving for trainer Jamie Smith and the Red Oak Stables out of Charlottetown. 18 lifetime wins, $134,000 in the bank, Peter. He won the Bob Dewar Memorial Governor's Plate Consolation last year in 54-3, last quarter in 28-3. And this could be a confidence booster if he gets it done here this afternoon, but it's not going to be easy.
No, he's in against a good group here today, but he's been up against some tough customers his last 3 starts. As we look at the lines here, he came back from Ontario. That first start was in the Ladner on June the 7th, left 2, finished 5th in the edges, 55-3. But you look over, it's Island Beach Boy, Roll'em, and Windblown. So, again, up against some very nice horses. He came back on the 14th, the preferred one from post 7, finished 7th to Save America, 53 the charted mile for Salisbury Ian. And then the last time out on the 21st, left 2, finished 7th to Little Leroy, 53-1, 28-1. 26.01s today. He's in a good spot for Corey McPherson. Salisbury Ian is the choice right now.
Herman McQuaid, contact the Standard Break Canada rep in the race office, please. Herman McQuaid, see the Standard Break Canada rep in the race office.
All right, there's a look at the rail sitter right now as we're back out on track here for the 4th race today. We'll be introducing the Gold Cup ambassadors after the 4th. Now, the warm-ups will continue. They won't be shutting down the track, but we will get them introduced for you, all 9 of them here for 2025. There's a look at Good Omen. This is Paul Langell in the bike here today. He's the trainer and the driver. Roseanne Langell and Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia, on the ownership papers of this 4-year-old. And had a great chat to Paul Thursday night in the paddock. I like his chances in here. This is a tough group, as we said, Peter, but the rail factor is a good factor to play in a group like this.
Yeah, and again, if you go down the lines, 3 back, he was on the rail at the 26.01 level, and he tracked all the way for the deuce to Middleton Terror. I thought he raced really well that night, following all the way 53-4, 29-1, very good effort. Then back here a week later at the 22.51s. Left from post 2, he went to the front and finished 5th, 55-2 to Well Said Celeb. And then last time out, leaving 3, finishing 2nd, 55-4, 28-4. Hamac exclusive won it. This guy was a very good second. So yeah, I like the fact that he's on the rail here today. Langell knows him very well. Good Omen, 20-1.
Beautiful day here in Charlottetown. Fast track, 19 degrees, mixture of sun and cloud. And if you're wondering, because we've had a few questions on it, when does the last race go? Well, under this new post time schedule, race number 15, keep everything on schedule here today. It'll go around 8:30.
Okay, yeah.
And then it's too early to go home after 8:30.
Well, I mean,
You know it is. Anyway, I'm not going home at 8:30.
I don't know where you're going to be at
No,
8:30.
No. All right, there's a look at the two. This is Ontario. David Dowling training and driving here for Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick. And coming in here, one of the horses, Peter, that you just can't leave off your ticket. And as Kurt points out in the post-time picks, especially when he draws inside.
Yeah, he is an absolute warrior, Lee. Everybody who watches the show knows I love to watch Ontario race. And, when he's inside, he's very tough. The 1-2 down here in Charlottetown, left 2, you can see he was inside most of the way, and then he rallies up to win 54-2, 28-4. Last time at the 2251s, he left 2, finished 4th, 54-4. Good group, Tony Tutal, Navalny, and Pictoni, and I am. So, yeah, he's back inside here today. David Dowling drives Ontario 7-1.
Well, our backstretch them as the horses make their way into the gate. They're on their way to the gate. And speaking of post positions at Charlottetown, the rail, up to this point, going into today's card, the rail has sent out the most winners, 59 from 264. That's a 22.3 win percentage with data from Standard Canada. Post position 2 is next with 53 winners. And the 5-hole is third with 47. So you can get this information and more from our player portal at Redshores.ca. Players love information. Countdown clock is in for the 4th. They're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate and back upstairs for the race call with Vance Cameron.
Good Omen, Ontario, Salisbury and Well Said Celeb Tradition, early play, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing, well said celeb Salisbury and Ontario. Good Omen stacking them up 4 wide here as they race the turn. Going to the 8th and fancy stepping that Salisbury on the outside, but they're headed to the quarter. Ontario made the lead for Dowling. Now that is Salisbury with a better stride. Up to challenge. Third at the rail is Good Omen racing from 4th. Well said celeb. 5th is Tradition. Then the trailer. Early play. They're to it and at it and to it on the front end. 27-3. Boom! Just like that, they're fired up in here. On the outside, it's Salisbury in the leader. Ontario giving way now second. Third is Good Omen, racing 4th, Well Said Celeb. Tradition 5th and early play 6th. Halfway home, led by Salisbury and Corey McPherson. Ontario on their back second. 55-1. Another 27 3/4. Wow. By the 5/8 they go. It's Salisbury in the leader. Ontario second. Third is Good Omen. Here comes Tradition now at long odds on the outside. 4th. 5th is Well Said Celeb. Then the trailer. Early play, they're arriving at 3/4. Salisbury in getting the field there. Ontario second. Tradition up third on the outside. 3/4 in 1:24 and 4. They're in the home stretch now. Salisbury in leads it. Here's Ontario coming to the outside for the stretch drive. Ontario has taken over late and will win for Dowling. Ontario. Second, Salisbury in early play rallied up. Third, 1:53.4.
All right, we have the Universal Media slow-mo for you in the fourth, Peter. And Salzburg Eden, you know what? He put in a great effort here today. Has to settle for the deuce in here, sent off at 1-9. But Ontario played hardball early and made it count late.
He is something else, Lee. I love to watch him race, like I say, every week. Salzburg Ian was steppy on the turn. He got a better stride up the backside, but David said, no way, I'm going to push you early, 27-3, and he paid the price. Again, on the turn, approaching the half. It was 55-1 for Salzburg Ian, but he was paying a heavy price. Backside, 124-4, and angling out late in the lane is Manterio, 153-4. He shows up every week, and he wins again today.
Manterio's in the fourth race, winner's circle, by pacing gelding 9 by Sports Rider. Off the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam, Rock and Roll Wishes, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick. Trained and driven to victory by David Dowling, bred by Winback Farm. Manterio captures his 40th lifetime victory today in an excellent trip of 153-4. Manterio in the fourth.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results in the fourth. Good Omen fourth. Manterio the winner. Salzburg Ian was second. Well Said Celeb sixth. Tradition finished fifth. Early Play third. 27-3. 55-1. 124-4. The mile in 153-4. In review, it's 4-1-2. 6-5-3. Manterio paid 15-10. The exactor 35.90, triactor 133.50, superfecta 26.95.
Well, Race Day Live continues here in Charlottetown. And so as we said, on this Saturday afternoon, we will be introducing the 2025 Gold Cup and Saucer Ambassadors. And Kelly Fian, the ambassador coordinator, was up to see us a little earlier, and they're all set to go. And we are all set to go. So let's meet the ambassadors for 2025. Zoe Cormier. Zoe is the daughter of Kelly and Sam Cormier of Riverview, New Brunswick. She is the granddaughter of George Sticks Frizzle and has grown up in the harness racing community, including owning horses with the Oak Stable. Zoe has recently graduated from NBCC in the program Administrative Professional. The Gold Cup and Saucer, Zoe will be representing CNIB as her charity. Zoe is excited and honored to be a 2025 Gold Cup Ambassador.
Haley Leclerc. Haley is the daughter of Amy and Mark Leclerc of Sherwood. Haley is currently working at 4Kids Dentistry as a registered dental assistant. Haley grew up around harness racing as her great-grandfather is Robert Conley, and he had horses. The last few years, he has had a memorial race during Old Home Week, so it's very special for her to be a Gold Cup ambassador at this year's Gold Cup and Saucer. Haley will be representing Kids Sport, PEI, as her charity. Haley played sports from a very young age, so she is thrilled to represent them at this year's Gold Cup and Saucer.
Mary Jane Power. Mary Jane is the daughter of Greg and VJ Power of Waterside. She is entering her 4th year Bachelor of Science in Applied Forensic Psychology at St. FX University and plans to pursue a career in nursing. She will be representing Hospice PEI as her charity. Mary Jane is excited and honored to have been chosen to represent harness racing as a 2025 Gold Cup and Saucer Ambassador.
Emily Thistle. Emily is the daughter of Margot and Jason Thistle of Green Bay. She is currently in her 4th and final year of the nursing program at UPEI with the goal of specializing in pediatrics when she graduates. Emily will be representing Camp Triumph as her charity, and she's excited and honored to uphold the tradition of harness racing as a 2025 Gold Cup Ambassador.
Bridget Judson. Bridget is the daughter of Dr. William and Tara Judson of Alexandra. She is entering her 3rd year of the Bachelor of Science in Nursing program at UPEI. Bridget is honored to represent the PEI Cancer Treatment Center as her chosen charity. As a Gold Cup and Saucer Ambassador, Bridget is excited for the 2025 harness racing season.
Sophie Freeman. Sophie is the daughter of Susan and Mitch Freeman of Charlottetown, PEI. She is currently working at Fisherman's Wharf Lobster Suppers in Rustico, PEI, and Sports Center Physiotherapy. While heading into her 4th year at the University of Mount Allison, Sophie will be representing Sport PEI with an emphasis in the women and girls in sport aspect. Sophie is thrilled and honored to be a Gold Cup ambassador this year, following in the footsteps of her former babysitters, Drew Smith DL and Lauren DL.
Abigail Sherry. Abigail is the daughter of Chad and Robin McCormick of Montague, Prince Edward Island. She is currently working and exploring new opportunities as she shapes for her future path. Abigail is proud to represent the Alzheimer's Society of PEI as her chosen charity, a cause that holds deep personal meaning to her and her family. She is honored to represent the sport of harness racing as a 2025 Gold Cup ambassador and looks forward to raising awareness and giving back to her community through this meaningful role.
Mia Josie. Mia is the daughter of Rob and Melissa Josie of Charlottetown and Stratford PEI. She currently works as a tour guide and server at Peaks Wharf Boat Tours, and she is an ice cream roller at Truckin' Roll Ice Cream, as well as representing the Wild Rose Sanctuary that houses around 75 animals. Mia also spends her spare time volunteering coaching the U15 Club Lacrosse PEI team. Mia is very honored and excited to be representing harness racing as a 2025 Gold Cup and Saucer ambassador.
Nicole Watts. Nicole is the daughter of Kelly and David Watts of Hampshire. Harness racing has been part of her life for as long as she can remember. From learning about the sport through cheering on horses coming from her family's Windermere farm to watching Gold Cup night in her dad's box at the top of the park and attending her Poppy's Memorial race in honor of his love and dedication to Old Home Week. Nicole is representing both the Watts and Wilkie sides of her family by being a Gold Cup ambassador. She is currently entering her 3rd year at UPEI, studying as a Bachelor of Science, majoring in psychology. Nicole will be representing the PEI Humane Society as her charity. Nicole is honored and excited to be representing harness racing as a 2025 Gold Cup ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, there they are. Give them a big round of applause and a big warm welcome because they're going to have a very busy summer, the Gold Cup and Saucer ambassadors for 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, I direct your attention to the winner's circle for a special presentation. Last weekend, the Heffernan family lost their home to fire. Our harness racing community is grateful that no one was injured. Our industry groups and their members wanted to show their support during this difficult time. Joining us trackside, Blaine McPherson, chairman of the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association, James Perot, the president of the PEI Standard Horse Owners Association, and Brenda McGinnis, vice president and promotions with the Prince County Horsemen's Club. Together with their associations, they are proud to present a check for $3,500 to the Heffernan family. Miles and his family is here to accept on behalf of the family. Wishing you all the best from the Prince Edward Island Harness Racing Industry Association, the Prince Edward Island Horse Owners Association, and the Prince County Horsemen's Club. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow afternoon at the Kensington Racetrack, they got a matinee program set for 2 p.m. And the word has it, around the local coffee shops that Willie McKay is going to set the track record, so you don't want to miss that. That's happening tomorrow at Kensington, matinee races, 2 o'clock.
Okay, so welcome back to Race Day Live here in Charlottetown, and this Saturday afternoon, and we just got a shot of the historic winner's circle there, and yes, the boys adjust the camera a little bit for us. We got the pink shirts on today. Now this is meaningful,
Yep.
and the reason why we're doing this because Harness the Hope is back this year at Red Shores, and it's coming up on July 26th. So we thought we'd wear the pink today. And it's a little cooler attire for us.
It is.
But always a great event, and we're looking forward to having it back. And so many great things to do as the horse racing community, harness racing community gives back to her.
Yeah,
So
it's a busy monthly. Again, we kicked it off here at 4 o'clock for our first Saturday in July. It was great to see the Gold Cup and Saucer ambassadors. Congratulations again to everyone. Looking forward to seeing them this year, Lee. And then, of course, the Governor's Plate. The eliminations are on the 13th, the final on the 19th. Thank you to Warren Ellis, Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And then Harness the Hope on the 26th, Lee. I mean, it's a busy month.
it really is. And I know there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes. Gail McDonald and her team with Harness the Hope. Rebecca McDonald here with our team at Harness the Hope. So we're looking forward to that. I just want to go back to the ambassadors for a minute. It's always exciting to introduce the Gold Cup ambassadors. And we've been doing this for 20 years. Mm-hmm. So we know the importance of the program because it's been going since 1961.
Amazing.
But last year, we really lived it because both of our daughters were involved
That's
in
right,
it.
yes.
And you really got the sense of the pride. And we both know that after this program, when we introduce the ambassadors today, we both know that this lives on long after this. It was the relationship that they build along the way.
100%. And again, Lee, it's about the families as well. I mean, you can see with their bios that they're all associated with harness racing, so everybody is watching, and everybody certainly will be cheering them on from right now all the way to Gold Cup and Saucer 66. We're going to see them lots. But again, it's special when you have those family ties, and a lot of them do here in Prince Edward Island.
We are going to bring in the board. I think we have the board.
Yeah, we do.
We have the board?
Yep.
Okay, so the All-Star Handicapping competition kicked off here today, and it's been tough.
Yeah.
Get things rolling.
Well, let's put it this way. The chalk isn't winning early on here, Lee.
No.
Yeah.
And Kenny is in the mix here today. He was our guest earlier with Peter on the pregame. So we have Ken Morganton, Melissa Keith, and Garnet Barnsdale.
Yep.
And
So
fairly close.
Yeah, so the way it works is their top selection, Lee, again, if their top selection wins, they get 5 points. Their top selection is second, they get 3. And their top selection is third, they get 1. So we're through 4 here. Kenny Workington leads the way with 6. Melissa Keith is second with 4, and Garnet Barnsdale is third with 2. But it's early, Lee, and I know Garnet, if we're talking to him, he'd say it's early, so don't worry about it. He'll be in the mix sooner or later.
True enough. And it's a long competition.
It was.
So Melissa Keith, April and I were in Ottawa, Rideau Carleton last fall. We were doing a little investigating up there with screen boards and all those kind of things. And Melissa was there, and we didn't have a chance to meet her personally that day, but she did a great job there. She sets up the races, calls the races there at the 5/8 Oval, and sounds really great on there, and just does a lot of great work. And I was commenting to April that day, she was really doing it all on that whole program that day. So she's a busy lady, and I know she writes for the Atlantic Post calls and different segments, so it's great to have them. They're all very busy. And it's great to have them here for the All-Star Handicapping Challenge coming this month.
Yeah, so Garnet is the handicapper as well at Woodbine Mohawk Park, so he does the picks in the program at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Melissa does a lot of things. She's the first female announcer, track announcer, full-time announcer in Canada, so doing that at Rideau, and also does a lot of great work on the riding side and the handicapping side. And we all know Ken from the Meadowlands, and he'll be here for Gold Cup and Saucer 66.
So we do have a little time left here, 15 minutes before race number 5, and that's because we added a little extra time on there. I guess a little more time than we needed, but anyway, that post time's coming up. Next is a super high 5, and you'll see a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. So we'll have to wait for a few more minutes here as we will get rolling. But 9 horses coming up on the super high 5 here. And it'd be interesting to see. There they are.
There's the picks.
There's some picks coming up to get you rolling. And Melissa Keith working an angle here. She's got Dusty Levi for Jason Hughes and Greg Weatherby coming in from the back tier. And she's got the 6, Evil Lou, and the 7, Rosetown Eclipse in there from the McPherson stable, who's been on a really great run there as well. So her combination at 9, 6, 7. But I just love the fact that they seem to be all over the place because it gives the players so many different options.
It does. Ken, with a 7 going to Nothing Bugs Me, who's been sharp of late, was a winner from post 3 last time out. So a little bit tougher spot to work from. Nothing Bugs Me and Barrio. Kenny going to 7, 2, and 8. Garnet Barnsdale, he's going to the outside here with Rosetown Eclipse and Corey McPherson, 8, 7, and 1. And Kurt Hughes, post-time picks, Kurt going to the 9, 2, and the 7. So lots of different ways to go with the handicappers here in race number 5. And Vance will be along with his super high 5 for race number 5 today.
Fifth race on post parade, number 1 Bentley, owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary. Paul Langell drives. DJ Mustang 2, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford and Dan Bellabo from Halifax, Nova Scotia, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell drives. Here on Earth, number 3, owned by Jared and James Perot of Stratford, trained by Jared Perot, David Dowling. Delicious 4, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean, Stephen Downey, and Wade Piccone. Daryl McLean trains and drives. 5 is Cheese Whiz, owned by Sandra Webster, Jeff Cummings, Courtney Gallant, and Nicole McPherson. Trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy drives. Evil Lou 6, owned by Mark, Alex, William, and Josh McDonald. Trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. Nothing Bugs Me, number 7, owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Von Doyle, Gilles Barrio. Rosetown Eclipse, number 8, owned by the Rosetown Stable, Jimmy Gorman and Mike Gorman, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. 9 is Dusty Lane Levi, owned by Tammy Johnson and Kathy Johnson, trained by Greg Weatherby, Jason Hughes in the sulky. 6 minutes to post time. And gentlemen, we're coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 now on this Saturday evening. And we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm going to the 7, Nothing Bugs Me, in a performance that he put in last time around, Peter, where Barrio put him on the engine, never looked back. 27-1 closing quarter, stopping the clock 54 flat. He's got the 7 hole, but you know Barrio, he can map out a trip for anyone. I like the 9, Dusty Lane Levi, for the deuce off of those 55-1 miles. They're back-to-back. He'll be in the trailing position, but should get a spot somewhere up early. I'll use the 1 Bentley off of the rail. I'm going to 2 DJ Mustang, and then closing it out with the 6 Evil Lou. It's 7-9-1-2-6 from the booth. Peter, your choices.
This is tough, Vance. I went to the 2 DJ Mustang here for Mark Campbell, just based on the post position alone. I'll go to the 2. I do like 7, like you said. Nothing Bugs Me right down the road last time from post 3, but post 7 here today. So call for second. 9, Dusty Lane Levi for third. Then the 8, Rosetown Eclipse, and the 3 here on Earth. So from the desk, 2, 7, 9, 8, and 3. And you can see our handicappers, All-Star handicappers, are also on board with the Super High 5 at Red Shores. Okay, quick look at the odds before we go here. We have our Super High Five picks in. Let's take a look at the board here. Bentley's on the rail for Paul Langell right now. DJ Mustang and Campbell are 5-2 from post 2. Here on Earth, that's Dowling from post 3. Dilicious for Daryl McLean. They're 4 today. Cheese Whiz, Kenny Murphy from post 5. Evil Lou and McGuigan from 6. Nothing Bugs Me and Barrio. They are the choice right now, coming off the gate to wire score last time out. Post 7 today at 4-5. Then Rosetown Eclipse, Corey McPherson on the outside. And the back tier today for Dusty Lane Levi and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes. They'll be from post 9 today. Getting close in the 5th. Good luck with your picks. Okay, getting set for race number 5 this afternoon from Red Shores and Charlottetown as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance, special shout out today to Bernice and Maureen. They're watching in Etobicoke, Ontario. Vance, we got fans everywhere. Up to you for the call.
All around the globe, Mr. McPhee, they watch Charlottetown. Lining up in a Super High 5, Bentley, DJ Mustang, Here on Earth, Dialicious, Cheese Whiz, Evil Lou, Nothing Bugs Me, Rosetown Eclipse, Dusty Lane Levi in back. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The Ralph Benton pacing with a host of levers in here. Here on Earth, DJ Mustang, Bentley along the rail. Then the 4th one following through, Dusty Lane Levi out there in 5th. That's Evil Lou. Then 6 is Cheese Whiz, Dialicious 7th. 8th is Nothing Bugs Me in the trailer. 9th, Rosetown Eclipse along the back stretch for the first time. Going to the quarter and from the outside, Here on Earth will take over the lead for David Dowling. Second along the rail, that's DJ Mustang. They open this one up 27-2. Racing around the turn, and they're one straight back to 9 at 3-8. Here on Earth, unfamiliar territory. Right on the lead. DJ Mustang is going to come at him now on the outside, and DJ Mustang will take over at the midway point from Mark Campbell. Second, that's Here on Earth. Then third, Bentley. 4th, Dusty Lane Levi. Nothing Bugs Me is underway 5th. Evil Lou takes out 6th. Then Dialicious, Cheese Whiz, Rosetown Eclipse, 56-4 for a half a mile. 3/8 left to go. On the front, DJ Mustang. Nothing Bugs Me now takes it away. Evil Lou on the outside, 3rd, 4th at the rail. Here on Earth. Moving up 5th from the outside, Dusty Lane Levi. 6 is Bentley, and he has nowhere to go. On by the 3/4 now. And up the rail, DJ Mustang coming back on. Nothing Bugs Me. 3 high, Evil Lou. 1:27 flat, 3/4, 1/8 of a mile out. DJ Mustang at the rail, the leader. Nothing Bugs Me on the outside. Evil Lou on the far outside, coming late on the wire next now. Here it is, Evil Lou on the outside. DJ Mustang right with him. It's picture time in 1:56 and 1.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 5 from Red Shores and Charlottetown this afternoon. Bang, bang on the wire. Close, maybe 6 on the outside. We'll wait for the official result here, but take you through the replay here early on today. DJ Mustang and Here on Earth, they battle to the quarter. 27-2 out and around for DJ Mustang and the leader. They race to the half in 56-4. Nothing Bugs Me comes first. Looked like he might go by in the backside, but no stalls on the first over march. Second over was Evil Lou. Down the stretch they come here now. DJ Mustang looks like he might fight back and win this, but the 6 is coming late. Still not posted in Charlottetown here. Do we have a dead heat maybe? I don't know. Close at the wire. 6 grinding. 2 on the inside. Still not posted. We'll wait for the official result. Still not posted in Charlottetown.
Ladies and gentlemen, in race number 5, we have a dead heat for 5th. Number 7, Nothing Bugs Me, and number 8, Rosetown Eclipse have finished 5th in the dead heat. Evil Lou now arriving at the 5th race winner's circle. Big Pace in Gelding 3, but Dancing Lou off the Western Ideal Dam Evil Fight, owned by Mark, Alex, William, and Josh McDonald. Bred by Elmer Fallen, Terra Prophet. Mike McGuigan trains and drives him to victory. The Colts' 5th lifetime win becomes a new pacing record of 156-1. Evil Lou in the Super High 5.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2025 Stallion lineup, featuring some of the top pacing and trotting sires in Atlantic Canada. This year's roster includes Malicious, Keystone Velocity, Muscle Through It, Somewhere Fancy, and Carouser. A special shout out to Malicious, the proven champion sire, whose offspring have earned over $4.3 million and continue to dominate tracks across the Maritimes. Plus, Somewhere Fancy's first crop is set to hit the track in 2025, and the excitement is just getting started. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Here's the official results in the fifth race. Bentley fourth, DJ Mustang second. Here on Earth was eighth, Dialicious seventh. Cheese Whiz was ninth. Evil Lou, the race winner. Nothing Bugs Me finished fifth in the dead heat. Rosedown Eclipse was fifth in the dead heat. Dusty Lane Levi third. The fractions 27 and 2, 56 and 4, 127, and the mile in 156 and 1. In review, it's 428, 791, 5 dead heat, 5 dead heat, 3. Evil Lou 1670. Exactor 9120. Triactor paid 1100, 1710. And the Super High Five returning 596.73.
Okay, welcome back to the HBI broadcast desk here in Charlottetown this afternoon. Peter McPhee along with Lee Drake and Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. We'll get to our picks in the sixth in just a moment. First of all, going to tell you about HPI Bet and points on Woodbine Racing. Red Shores is proud to present HPI PEI players an exciting offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI Bet points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores as we slide in the picks here for race number 6. Handicappers are with us today. Melissa Keith, 1, 3, and 7. Ken Warkington going to the rail, 1, 3, and 5. Garnet Barnsdale, 1, 3, and 2. Kurt Hughes, post-time picks, 3, 1, and 7. Post parade for the 6th is next.
Today's sixth race, it's the Provincial Credit Union pace. Here's the wired one, owned by Donnie Smith of Hunter River and Paul Hogan of Calgary, trained by Cliff Murphy and driven by Kenny Murphy. Hemingway 2, owned and trained by Abby Clow of Cornwall, Brett Clow drives. 3, Rockin' Novel, owned by Reynolds Racing of Murray River, trained by Roy Reynolds, Mark Campbell up. 4, Jetster, owned and trained by Stanley Harper Jr. of Inverness, Nova Scotia, Adam Murner. 5, St. Charles Fireball, owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown, trained by Vaughn Doyle, Joe Barrio. 6, Neptune Sealster, owned by Carly Ward, Mickey Galland, and Nicole McPherson. Mickey does the training, Ryan DeRoche. Roll your coin, number 7, owned by Tom Hollis and Wayne Burley of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Stephen Quinn. Jason Hughes drives. 5 minutes to post time. Gold Cup and Saucer Grandstand seats are now on sale and can be purchased at the Eastlink Center box office. Peter has more details next.
Thanks very much, Vance. And we just found out this afternoon that we are now sold out of Gold Cup and Saucer Grandstand seats. There was a few left heading into today, but we've been told now that it's sold out for 2025. So again, anyone purchasing tickets, they're going to receive a race program, food service in the 1888 Lounge, wagering voucher, and prize draws. So again, sold out Gold Cup and Saucer Grandstand seats in 2025. Okay, 5 to go here before race number 6 this afternoon. We'll see the Provincial Credit Union trackside presentation after the 6th. Here's to Art for Donnie Smith and Paul Hogan. They share the ownership. Cliff Murphy trains and Kenny Murphy does the driving. May 31st, 16:01 level left off the rail, 5th on the edges, 59 and 4. Came back to race on the 14th at non-winners of 1,001, 7th and 58 and 2. And then went last time out on June the 28th, left 5. Finished 4th, 55 and 4. 29 seconds on the end of it. So the good news here is moves to the rail for Here's to Art. Kenny Murphy will drive. 6 wins last year, 55 and 3 the quickest. He's in a good spot here today. Here's to Art and Kenny Murphy 4-5. There's the 3 Rockin' Novel for Reynolds Racing of Murray River. Roy Reynolds is the trainer. Mark Campbell is the regular pilot. And this guy's been close of late. If you look at the lines, 701s, 3 down, left 5, finished 4th, only beaten a length. Raced well, 59, 28, and 1 to close it out on the 14th. That was a good effort. Came out to race again on June 21st, left 3, finished 3rd to Freight Air. That's a good trip, too, 55 and 4, 30 and 2 on that day. And then on the 28th last week, tracking all the way from post 3, 3rd to Shadow's Terror, 55 and 1. 28 and 2. This guy's been racing really well when you look at the lines. Good spot here today. Mark's been rolling of late. Rockin' Novel 6-5. And it's St. Charles Fireball here for Darla J of Charlottetown. Von Doyle trains, and Gio Barrio will drive today. The 1-3 down, 401s left 7. You can see finished 3rd, 59 and 3. 30 and 2 on the end of it, and then on the 21st, left off the rail, tracking all the way, finished 4th, only beaten 2 and change, raced pretty well, 56 the charted trip, 30 seconds on the end of it. Post 5 today for Barrio, St. Charles Fireball, 9-1. Okay, quick look at the board before we go here. Provincial Credit Union, they'll be trackside after race number 6 with the presentation to the winner. Here's to Art. 3-5 in the rail for Kenny Murphy. Hemingway from post 2, that's Brett Clough, 16-1. Rockin' Novel, like we said, sharp of late. Campbell Drive, 7-5. Jetster, that's Adam Murner from post 4 today. 5 will be St. Charles Fireball and Barrio. And then the outside horses, Neptune Sealster, Ryan DeRoche today from post 6, and Roll Your Coin and Hughes, post 7. Getting close in the 6th. Good luck with your picks. Okay, getting set for race number 6 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Here's Stuart Hemingway, Rockin' Novel, Jetster, St. Charles Fireball, Neptune Sealster, and Roll Your Coin on the gate here in the 6th, top of the stretch. Here they come. Up and pacing Jetster, Rockin' Novel. Here's Stuart leaving out. Then the 4th one to the turn, Hemingway. Way wide 5th. That is Neptune Sealster. St. Charles Fireball 6th. Then the trailer. Roll Your Coin. Up the backstretch they go. Led by Here's Stuart. In line to Kenny Murphy. Rockin' Novel will get the 2-hole ride. Jetster now 3rd. Up into 4th on the outside. Neptune Sealster. Hemingway is 5th. Then in 6th. St. Charles Fireball. Roll Your Coin sees them all trailing 7th. And he's going to the outside off at 28 and a 1. Opening quarter, unfamiliar territory on the front end. Here's Stuart, the leader. Racing from 2nd is Rockin' Novel. The backfield well in motion now. Coming first over on the outside is Roll Your Coin 3rd. Jetster 4th. Moving up 5th on the outside, St. Charles Fireball. Then in 6th, Neptune Sealster, the trailer. That is Hemingway halfway home in the 6th. In 58 seconds flat. Here's Stuart, the leader, approaching the 5/8. 2nd, Rockin' Novel. On the outside, Roll Your Coin is there 3rd. 4th up the rail, that is Jetster. 5th on the outside, St. Charles Fireball. Neptune Sealster 6th. Trailing 7th, Hemingway. They arrive at 3/4 right now. And here's Stuart, still there, and it's getting late. Rockin' Novel, a textbook 2-hole ride. Stalling on the outside 3rd. Roll Your Coin. 127 and 4 with 3/4, and they're headed on home. Led by Here's Stuart. Rockin' Novel coming to the outside. Roll Your Coin 3rd. Deep stretch now. Here's Stuart. Rockin' Novel on the outside wins per Campbell. Rockin' Novel got there. Here's Stuart 2nd. Roll Your Coin 3rd. Time for the mile in 1:56.2.
Okay, here's a slow-mo for race number 6 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. Provincial Credit Union presentation coming up next trackside here, and this was a perfect pocket ride for Rockin' Novel. We talked about him in the pre-race, how sharp he was knocking on the door for a win. He got the perfect ride today. Here's Dart, wants to cut it for Kenny Murphy through 28 and 1. 58 seconds flat for Here's Dart. Rockin' Novel in the 2-hole at that point. First over for Roll Your Coin, 127 and 4. They'll decide it in the lane here now as 3 angles out and takes a shot at 1 late. Going to grind on by. Here is Rockin' Novel here for Mark Campbell, 156 and 2. They're going to win race number 6 this afternoon. Here's Dart 2nd, Roll Your Coin 3rd, 317 in the 6th at Red Shores.
Rockin' Novel moving into the 6th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing gelding 7 years. The Son of Mystery Chase off the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam. Kill a Rocking Bird. Owned by Reynolds Racing of Murray River. Bred by Alan Neurouter and James Rhodes of Alberta. Trained by Roy Reynolds. Mark Campbell picks up his second winner today for the double. The miles in 156 and 2. Rockin' Novel in the 6th, down in the winner's circle. It's the Provincial Credit Union joining us this day with the cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results now in the 6th race. Here's Stuart 2nd. Hemingway was 7th. Rockin' Novel, the race winner. Jetster finished 6th. St. Charles Fireball 5th. Neptune Sealster 4th. Roll Your Coin was 3rd. They went 28 and 1, 58, 127 and 4, and the mile 156 and 2. From the top, your program reads 271 6543. Rockin' Novel 450. The Exactor 530. Triactor 1250. Superfecta 1990.
Okay, working on race number 7 this afternoon from Redshores in Charlottetown, and we'll get to our picks in race number 7 just a moment. First of all, going to tell you about the McDonald Family Pace. The McDonald Family Pace is scheduled for Friday, August the 8th at Redshores, Charlottetown. The race is open to 2-year-old pacing fillies that are 100% owned by PEI residents at the time of nomination, declaration, and for the duration of the event, and they're not maritime sired and not maritime foaled. You can join us in August at Redshores, Charlottetown for the McDonald Family Pace. And again, thank you to our All-Star handicappers. As our first week of the competition begins, we'll roll all the way till July the 26th, when we'll crown the new champion this year. And we're happy to have Melissa Keith, Ken Workington, and Garner Barnsdale joining us at Redshores for the next 4 Saturdays. Melissa heading towards the 4, all about the cash in here, 4, 5, and 1. Ken Workington likes the 4 as well, 4, 1, and 2. Garnet Barnsdale going to the 5, one wicked man here with the 2 and the 3. And Kurt Hughes along the bottom with post time picks, 4, 1, and 2. We're 6 away from race number 7.
Seventh race on post parade, number 1, Mr. Riley, over Jimmy Gorman of South Melville and Darlene Compton of South Panett. Corey McPherson trains and drives. Brookdale Ollie 2 is owned by Gary Ford of Stratford and Melinda Stead of Wheatley River, trained by Vaughn Doyle. David Dowling drives. Keeper Floored is 3, owned by Wendy McRae Belfast, Krista McRae Darlington, trained by Roger McRae. Mark Campbell. All About the Cash 4 is owned by Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald, and Leonard Doyle. Jeff does the training, driven by Brady Sweet. One Wicked Man, number 5, owned by James Farrow, Stratford. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. J.K. Last Chance, number 6, owned by Dan McIsaac of Charlottetown, trained by Kenny Arsenault. Mike McGuigan catch drives. 4 minutes to post time. Back down to Peter McPhee at the HBI broadcast desk with the race day recap, presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Thanks very much, Vance, and it's been a day of payouts. As you know, we kicked it off in race number 1, second over for Jack Wick today, and Kenny Arsenault, who does the driving and the training, and he's going to track down Moonfall, who was on the front through 28 and 4, 58 and 1, 128, and yes, Kenny and Jack Wick getting up at the very end to win. That was Kenny's 999th career training win. The win ticket was $27.90. The exactor was $566.10, and the try 9-7 all, over $1,200 to kick it off at Red Shores this afternoon. Race number 2, No Mo Fear and Mark Campbell. Yes, they came popping out of the 2-hole late in the lane, and you can see they're going to go by the 4, 28 and 4, 58 and 4, 129 and 1. Driver change from Campbell to No Mo Fear today. They get up to win 159 and 3 for No Mo Fear in race number 2, 850 on the nose. The try 645 was 45-40. Race number 3 today. And tip your hat to Camco Lucas. He came first up. All better was cutting it for Murphy. Camco Lucas and McPhee, they come first up, 28 and 2, 57 and 4, 127 and 2. They're able to grind down the pace setter, and the 3 reaches up to win, 156 and 3. Camco Lucas and Brody McPhee, they win race number 3. Friar Voltaire was second. All better was third, 321, 186.80. Race number 4 this afternoon, and it was a good one as well. Early on, they were battling 27 and 3, 55 and 1. Salzburg Ian and Manterio, 124 and 4 in Manterio. He comes to play every week. He grinds down the 3 late. Manterio and Dowling, they win 153 and 4. Salzburg Ian, a good second. Early play rallies third, 236 at 133.50. Race number 5 this afternoon. Another great race and another great payout here this afternoon. DJ Mustang took on all challengers, but late in the lane, flipping off the cover, was the 6, Evil Lou, and he's going to reach up and collar the 2 at the very end. Evil Lou wins 156 and 1 for Mike McGuigan. Great drive by Mike, times it perfectly. And how about the try, 6-2 and 9, 1,117.10, another great payout at Red Shores. Race number 6, we just saw it here, Provincial Credit Union and Rockin' Novel, a perfect pocket ride. Here's to Art does the road work, 28 and 1, 58, 127 and 4, angling out late, Rockin' Novel, and he goes right on by. Here's to Art at the wire and scores, 156 and 2, Rockin' Novel, and Campbell marks second of the day. Here's to Art, a good second. Roll Your Coin was third, 317 at $12.50. And that was the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Okay, go to the board before we go here. We've got the call to post, so we're getting close. There's Brookdale Ollie this afternoon for David Dowling, dropping down here a little bit, 13-1. All about the cash, shot of him there, and Brady Sweet. They're 7-5. The rail choice, Mr. Riley and McPherson, they're 7-2. Keeper floored. Campbell looking for the hat trick, 10-1, and keeper floored. One wicket man for Kenny Arsenault, 6-5. And JK last chance for Mike McGuigan. Mike won from post 6 earlier in the card. He's 6-1 with JK last chance. So that's how they'll line up here in race number 7. We've had some great payouts along the way. Hope you're cashing wherever you're watching this afternoon and enjoying the races from Red Shores. Okay, getting set for race number 7 this afternoon as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Mr. Riley, Brookdale Ollie, keeper floored, all about the cash. One wicket man, JK last chance, top of the stretch. 7th race, ready for a start. Rough and pacing, all about the cash, leaves out. Second from the outside, JK last chance along the rail, Mr. Riley, between horses, Brookdale Ollie. Then around the turn, keeper floored is 5th, and the trailer is one wicket man. 3 high here in the early going. Showtime at Charlottetown. All about the cash, the leader for Brady Sweet. Coming 3 wide, second, JK last chance. In between them, Brookdale Ollie. There's a Saturday evening brouhaha going on at Charlottetown. Boom! Just like that, 27-1 opened it up, and they've settled nothing. Absolutely nothing on the front end. On the outside, JK, last chance, gets the air. All about the cash, keeping them out there. Third up the rail is Mr. Riley. 4th, that is Brookdale Ollie. Keeper floored 5th. The trailer, one wicket man. They were halfway home. Incredible. 55 seconds flat. 27-4 in the second quarter. By the 5/8, it's all about the cash. On the outside, JK, last chance is still there. 3 high coming third. Keeper floored. Way out there. One wicket man is coming now by the 3/4. All about the cash. Got the field there in 1:24-4. Keeper floored is second. Third on the outside, one wicket man comes late off the turn, and they're headed on home. All about the cash, the leader. One wicket man on the far outside is coming late. Deep stretch now. All about the cash gets there for Brady Sweet. One wicket man second, Mr. Riley. He's third. 1:53-2.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 7 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. And you talk about a horse race that early on this afternoon, all about the cash, and JK last chance. They would not give an inch here this afternoon as they were battling right to the half, 27-1. That's wicked speed early on here this afternoon, 55. As JK Last Chance was getting the parking ticket from All About the Cash. They swing to the backside through 124 and 4. 3 goes first, followed by 5, One Wicked Man, but still 4 on front. 5 tries to rally late, but the 4 is gone and right down the highway. 153 and 2. All About the Cash took the pressure early, but hangs around late to win race number 7 of Redshores. Also, last call for 50-50s. Please see Tracy, Betty, or Heather to get your tickets. The pot is sitting at over $1,000 to the winner, so get your tickets. Last call for 50-50 tickets today.
All About the Cash arriving at the 7th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing gelding 4 by All Bets All from the Yankee Cruiser Dam. It's all about the base. Owned by Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald and Leonard Doyle, who are also the breeders. Trained by Jeff Holmes and Brady Sweet. Guides to victory. 153 and 2, an excellent trip and a new pacing record on All About the Cash in the 7th. Now the official results in race 7, Mr. Riley 3rd, Brookdale Ollie 4th, Keeper Florid 5th. All About the Cash, the race winner. One Wicked Man was 2nd. JK Last Chance 6th. 27 and 1, 55, 124 and 4, and the mile 153 and 2. In review, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 6. All About the Cash, 540. Exactor 1150, Triactor 1680, Superfecta 547.
Okay, we're going to race number 8 from Red Tours in Charlottetown this afternoon. I'm your host, Peter McPhee at the HBI broadcast desk. Lee Drake is here as well. Vance Cameron in the booth. He's calling all the action as we get set for the 8th. Also want to tell you about the Home Hardware Maritime Breeders The Home Hardware Maritime Breeder Stake will take place at Red Shore, Charlottetown. 2- and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October the 23rd, followed by the 2- and 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies on Saturday, October the 25th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association. And we thank Atlantic Post Calls again for their sponsorship of the Paddock Cam in Charlottetown this season. All-Star handicappers are with us today here in Charlottetown. And Melissa Keith, Melissa going to the 3, 7, and 1. Going to check your scores here. Ken Workington also lakes the 3 with the 4 and the 1. Garnet Barnsdale, he's heading to the rail with Prince Malicious with the 3 and the 7. And Kurt Hughes along the bottom post time picks 4, 3, and 2. 7 away from race number 8 this afternoon.
Eighth race, entering the track for post parade. Prince Militia is 1, owned by Donald McCrae. Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes drives. JK's Henry, number 2, owned by Alan Smith of Brookfield and Brad Smith of North Wilshire. Brad trains and drives. Check Your Source 3, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Lori Hennessy of Charlottetown. Trained by Gordy Hennessy, Adam Murner. Sports Royalty 4, owned by Beth and Wendy McCrae of Belfast. Wendy is the trainer. Mark Campbell drives. 5 is Slate. Wade Myers training and driving for owner Sandy Myers, Charlottetown. Buddies and Virgin 6, owned by Ryan and Daryl Neal of Winslow. Daryl trains, Ryan drives. 5-Star Dragon, number 7, owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Ryan DeRoche aboard. 4 minutes to post time. The Governor's Plate eliminations are Sunday, July 13th, followed by the $50,000 final on Saturday, July 19th. A special thank you to Warren Ellis and title sponsor, Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
The Governor's Plate is Summerside's race celebrating champions for over 50 years and making memories that last a lifetime.
Star Shielder, Kenny Arsenault, capture the golden anniversary of the Governor's Plate.
But it's Hugh Taranengo winning the Governor's Plate.
It is history. Two-time winner. Outlaw positive charge at Terry Gallant.
Be a part of something special this summer on Prince Edward Island. It all happens in July from Summerside PEI. The Governor's Plate, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Yeah, those eliminations coming up next Sunday, July the 13th, for the Governor's Plate. And like Van said, the $50,000 final will be on Saturday, July the 19th. Thank you to Warren Ellis and title sponsor Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Looking forward to that. As we work on the 8th here in Charlottetown this afternoon, this is JK's Henry for Alan Smith and Brad Smith. They share the ownership. Brad trains, and he'll do the driving on JK's Henry. You can see the first start, if you go back to May 24th here, left 2, tracked all the way. Was a good second early play, 57, 28, and 1. And then since then, the last couple, you can see June 21st, left 2, finished 6th, 56 and 4. And then last time out, left 7, finished 7th, 59, 28, and 4. Better spot to work from here today. JK's Henry and Brad Smith from post 2 at 9-2. There's the 4, Sports Royalty for Beth and Wendy McRae of Belfast. Wendy trains, and Mark Campbell will do the driving. He raced pretty good last time out at the 401s, left off the rail, tracked all the way, finished 4th. The Cowboy Logic, 57 and 4, 28 and 4. Pretty good effort on that day. Prior to that, he had some tough posts on the outside for post 7 on the 14th. Charted 59 and 3 on that day, and then came back at the 401s from post 8, finished 8th, 58 and 4. But he was better last time out from the rail. He's in the mid-pack here today. Mark Campbell looking for the hat trick on Sports Royalty, 6-5. This horse raced really well last time out at this same level. The 401s left 2, tracking all the way 3rd, and was absolutely flying on the end of it, 28 and 1. Cowboy Logic won it. Geisha's Treasure was 2nd, and Check Your Source was storming 3rd by a neck, 57 and 2. The charter trip for Check Your Source, 28 and 1 on the end of it. So coming off that one, he looks to be primed in a good spot here this afternoon. Adam Murner back on the bike on Check Your Source, 5-2. Okay, quick look at the board here before we go. 7-2 on Prince Malicious for Hughes on the rail. JK's Henry, Brad Smith, 2-1. Check Your Source, coming off a good effort. Murner today from post 3, 2-1. Sports Royalty, like we said, Mark looking for win number 3 today. 3-2. And Slate from post 5. Buddies and Virgin, 6. 5-Star Dragon, 7. They're the outside 3 in race number 8. Getting close. Good luck with your selections. Okay, getting set for race number 8 this afternoon from Redshores in Charlottetown. As the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, let's send it back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Prince Malicious, JK's Henry, Check Your Source, Sports Royalty, Slate, Buddies and Virgins, and 5-Star Dragon. 8th race up on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. And there they go. Off end pacing, leaving out JK's Henry. Second, check your source. To their outside comes Sports Royalty for third. Fourth around the turn goes Slade. Racing from fifth is Buddies and Virgins. On the outside, six, Five-Star Dragon. And the trailer, that is Prince Malicious. So they're quarter pole bound, led by JK's Henry and Brad Smith, and they're in unfamiliar territory this afternoon. They're up the quarter on top. JK's Henry leading it. Second is Check Your Source, Sports Royalty third. Then in fourth, that is Slate. They went 29 and 1 to the front quarter. Fifth is Buddies and Virgins. Then in sixth, Five-Star Dragon, and the trailer, that is Prince Malicious. Off the turn they come, and they straighten down the stretch. They have the half mile in their sights now. The leader, JK's Henry. Here comes Sports Royalty now. Up to challenge, then third up the rail. Check Your Source. Racing fourth and moving to the outside, Slate. Fifth is Buddies and Virgins. Prince Malicious now sixth, and up the rail seventh. Five-Star Dragon, 58 and 4 was the half. Arriving at the 5/8, JK's Henry the leader. On the outside, Sports Royalty second. In the pocket third, that is Check Your Source. Up the inside fourth, Buddies and Virgins. Slate on the outside fifth, with Five-Star Dragon sixth and Prince Malicious seventh. They arrive at three quarters. JK's Henry still the leader here in the late going. Three quarters up in 1:27 and 4, eighth of a mile out. JK's Henry, Check Your Source, coming on the outside second. Buddies and Virgin comes up the rail, he's third. Down the stretch they come. JK's Henry almost home. Check Your Source, Buddies and Virgin. JK's Henry all the way for Brad Smith. Second, that is Check Your Source. Buddies and Virgins up for third. 1:56.4.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 8 from Redshores in Charlottetown this afternoon. We talked about him in the pre-race. He was getting back inside here this afternoon. I talked about that trip back on May the 24th when he left post 2, tracked all the way in 57. I liked he was inside here today. Brad was aggressive off the wings. He wanted to cut it. 29 and 1 for JK's Henry at that point. Check Your Source second. Sports Royalty third. 58 and 4. Past the half. They're still the leaders. First over for Sports Royalty, but not today as he couldn't get to JK's Henry in the backside through 1:27 and 4. Check Your Source had a shot late, but no, he's rebuffed by JK's Henry in the lane and down the stretch. Here he is in deep stretch, going to win. JK's Henry and Brad Smith, they lead gate to wire in the 8th at Redshores.
The Governor's Plate is Summerside's race.
JK's Henry arriving at the 8th race winner's circle, bay pacing gelding 5 by JK, End of an Era. Off the Sand Shooter Dam, Sandy's Golden Hour, owned by Alan Smith of Brookfield and Brad Smith of North Wilshire, bred by Wilbur East from Bristol, Indiana. Brad Smith training and driving, had him on top at every call. The horse gets his 5th lifetime victory today in a 1:56 and 4. JK's Henry wires the 8th. Here's the official results now in race 8. Prince Militia is 5th. JK's Henry, the race winner. Check Your Source was 2nd. Sports Royalty 6th. Slate was 7th. Buddies and Virgin 3rd. 5-Star Dragon 4th. 29-1. 58-4. 127-4. And the Mile in 1, 56-4. In review, it's 5-1-2, 6-7, 3-4. JK's Henry 690 to win. Exactor 1440. The Triactor $1,119.70. Superfecta carryover.
Okay, working on race number 9 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. It was our first 4 p.m. post time in July, and there'll be 4 p.m. post times throughout the month of July as well. As we work on race number 9 this afternoon, first of all, I'm going to tell you about the Birthplace of Confederation series, sponsored by the City of Charlottetown, returns to Red Shores for the 2025 racing season. This year, the series is named in honor of Harris Johnston and will take place during Gold Cup Week. The eliminations are scheduled for August the 9th, followed by the consolation and final on Saturday, August the 16th. And we'll roll in the picks here for the handicappers this afternoon. Melissa Keith going to the 5. Hippie John here with the 4 and the 3. Ken Workington to the 4. The sports desk for Barrio with the 3 and the 2. Garnet Barnsdale heading to the rail with ABC and Kenny Murphy 4-5 for 2nd and 3rd. And Kurt Hughes post-time picks. Kurt going to the 3. Proud of you today with the 4 and the 1. 7 away from the 9th at Red Shores.
Ninth race on parade. Number 1 is ABC. On Badura Burho, Charlottetown, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy drives. Cowboy Logic 2, owned by Morris McCabe, Angus Burt, Eva McPherson, and George Burke. Harold Shepard is the trainer. Stephen Shepard driving. Proud of you today, number 3, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith Ford trains and drives. For the sports desk, owned by Jack Keenan of Stratford and Joseph Dahl of Burlington, Ontario. Trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barrio drives. Hippie John is 5, owned by Roderick Smith of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Kenny Arsenault, trainer driver. Power of 4, number 6, Erwin Neal of Charlottetown, owns, trains, and drives. Number 7, Bankroll, owned by Brendan Mullen, Dean Lewis, April McCormick, and Kenneth Fisher. Trained by Brendan Mullen, driven by Mark Campbell. 5 minutes to post time. The Atlantic Classic sale is scheduled for Friday, October 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds with an 11:30 a.m. start time.
You got it, Vance. Really not that far away. So mark it on your calendars. October 10th, like Vance said, the Atlantic Classic Sale will be at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. 11:30 a.m. Is the start time. Also on the 9th from 3 to 7 at the Exhibition Grounds, there will be a yearling preview. You can get more by visiting Atlantic-Classic.com. Sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. Okay, working on the 9th from Red Shores in Charlottetown. Exactor, the 20-cent super. The try as well. Win, place, and show. If you're on track, take your ticket. Jackpot $25. Here's the sports desk for Jack Keenan and Joseph Dahl. They share the ownership. Ron Matheson trains, and Jill Barrio will do the driving. Blind to blinkers today on the sports desk. He's been racing up the ladder. 1901's 3 back, left 2, finished 5th to early play. Charted 55 and 3. Then on the 21st, left 7, finished 6th, 55 and 2, 28 on the end of it. And last time out, he had the rail and to finish 3rd to Pendleton Rodeo, 56, 29 and 3. Dropping down again today, post 4, Barrio on the sports desk. Even money. Here's another class dropper this afternoon. It's ABC for Durabaho. And Cliff Murphy trains, and Kenny Murphy will do the driving here. He's dropping down as well. Had been as high as that 22.51 level on June the 7th. 5th on the edges to Almanac, 55 and 2, 28 and 1. Then raced on the 14th, finished 6th to Jules Dragon, charted 56 and 4. And the last time out was at the 10.31 level, 5th on the edges, 58 and 1. Dropping down, gets the rail, and Kenny Murphy is aboard ABC, 3 to 1. This guy looked great last time out. Cowboy Logic here from Mo McCabe, Angus Burt, Eva McPherson, George Burke. They all share the ownership. Harold Shepard trains, and Stephen Shepard will do the driving. He was good last time out. Was Cowboy Logic, left 4. You can see he was 3rd at the 3/4, 2nd at the top of the stretch, and he sprints home in 28 and 1, and he gets it all. He won by a nose. Real nice win over Geese's Treasure and Check Your Source. Harold Shepard in the bike on that day for Cowboy Logic in 57 and 2. So off the win. Up the ladder a little bit here this afternoon. Stephen Shepard in the bike today. Cowboy Logic, 7 to 2. Okay, getting close here in the 9th. Need you in on the action. We've had some great payouts along the way this afternoon, including the last race where the try was $1,119.70. We also had some big payouts earlier on in the card. The race number 5 try was $1,117.10. So again, some super payouts. And the first race, the try was $1,227.80. So wherever you're playing, I hope you're cashing this afternoon as we get set for the 9th here as we take a quick look at the odds. ABC, Kenny Murphy at 3 to 1. Cowboy Logic off the win, moving on up 9 to 2. Stephen Shepard today. Proud of you today. Keith Ford at 4-1. The sports desk for Barrio. The equipment change, blind to blinkers, even money. Hippie John for Kenny Arsenault at 9-1. Power of 4 for Irwin Neal at 13-1. And bankroll for Mark Campbell at 14-1. That's how they'll line up here. Good luck with your selections as we get close in the ninth.
Have a happy birthday celebrating going on this Saturday evening here at the driving park, Lowell Balderson. A lot of candles on the cake, Lowell. But happy birthday from your friends here at Red Shores.
Metro Home Building Center starting gate rolling here for race number 9 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this evening. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the race call.
ABC, Cowboy Logic, proud of you today. The Sports Desk, Hippie John. Power of 4. Bankroll outside, top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. Rough and pacing, leaving out the sports desk. Proud of you today, Cowboy Logic and ABC, stacking them up 4 wide here as they round the turn to get away 5th on the rail. That is Hippie John outside bankroll, and at the rail, Power of 4 trails 3 wide up the backstretch. Proud of you today, the leader. On the outside, the sports desk is second. We've got another brouhaha right here in Charlottetown. Wow, to it and add it and to it. 27-4 was the quarter. Proud of you today, giving the parking ticket to the sports desk. Racing third is ABC, Cowboy Logic fourth, Hippie John fifth. Then in 6, Power of 4. Now the trailer, Bankroll. They arrive at the half mile next. Proud of you today, halfway home with Bim Ford. Now the sports desk, he takes a breather in the 2-hole. Third is ABC, 56 and 1.5. Moving on the outside, 4th, Hippie John underway. Power of 4 following that cover, 5th. Moving up 6th on the outside is Bankroll, and the Charlottetown Shuffle went to Cowboy Logic. Now the trailer, halfway up the backstretch, they go to 3/4. Here's Hippie John on the outside, in at the rail. Proud of you today. Third, that is the sports desk. Racing 4th on the outside, Power of 4, ABC 5th. 3 high, 6. That is Bankroll. 1:26 and 3, the 3/4. They're headed down the home stretch. Proud of you today. Hippie John on the outside. Third at the rail, the sports desk. They're in deep stretch. Now, on the wire next, it's a milestone mile for Kenny Arsenault. He gets his 1,000th career training victory. Hippie John gets him there. 1:56 flat.
Okay, congratulations to Kenny Arsenault. What a sparkling career, not only in the driver's seat, but on the training side as well. And this was a well-earned win here. Proud of you today. Took on all comers, including the sports desk early. Would not let him go through 27-4. It was snappy over there for early July. It was proud of you today. And the sports desk through 56-1. And Hippie John comes first up, and he's going to challenge proud of you today through 126-3. They duke it out down the lane, 3 on the inside. Proud of you today, but Hippie John would not give up, grinding first over here, and he's going to reach up at the very end and score for Kenny Arsenault. What a great career, Kenny. Congratulations on 1,000 career training wins.
And here he comes, ladies and gentlemen, the newest member of the 1,000 Training Victories Club, and he is Kenny Arsenault. Hippie John will get him into the 9th race winner's circle. A bay pacing gelding, he's 7 by Better Than Cheddar. Off the well-said dam, Heads Up Hanover, owned by Roderick Smith of Inverness, Nova Scotia, bred by the Salisbury Stables of Nova Scotia. Kenny Arsenault training and driving. Kenny's second winner today. He doubles up, and he joins the 1,000 Training Wins Club on this Saturday evening at Charlottetown. Congratulations, Lee Drakes at trackside with the presentation. Now the official results in the 9th, ABC 5th, Cowboy Logic 7th, Proud of You Today was 2nd, the Sports Desk finished 3rd, Hippie John the race winner, Power of 4 was 6th, Bankroll finished 4th, 27-4, 56-1, 126-3, and the mile in 156. In review, it's 572, 3164. Hippie John, $27 on the nose. The exactor, $165.10. The triactor, $570.90. And the superfecta, $422.63.
Okay, welcome back to the HBA broadcast desk here in Charlottetown this afternoon as we work on race number 10. Again, congratulations to Kenny Arsenault on a sparkling career. Career training win number 1,000 here this afternoon with Hippie John. And a great drive, first oversteer, and he gets him there in the end. Again, congratulations to Kenny as we work on race number 10 this afternoon. And we want to give you an update on the All-Star handicapping leaderboard here as we work on race number 9 and 10 here this afternoon. Ken Workington, slight edge. Ken with 17 points. Melissa Keith with 16. And Garnet Barnsdale with 8. As we hit the race 10 mark here in Charlottetown this afternoon. We'll keep you updated on the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. Here are the picks for race number 10. Melissa Keith at a 1-5 and 6 here this afternoon in the 10th. Ken Workington heading to the rail as well with Malignity, 1-5 and 2. Garnet Barnsdale on the 1 with the 1-6 and 5. And Kurt Hughes along the bottom, post time picks 1-2 and 5. Everybody on Malignity here in race number 10. Post parade on the way next.
Tenth race on Post Parade, number 1, Malignity, owned by Debbie Francis, Roseanne and Chantel Langell of Nova Scotia, Paul Langell Training and Driving. TH Boomtown, number 2, owned by Dr. Don Ling and Wayne McDougall of Stratford, trained by Ron Matheson, Jill Barrio. Jules Dragon 3, owned by Nick McGilvery of Cornwall, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell drives. For Pictonian IM, Kenny Murphy of Harrington co-owns and drives, co-owned by Marco Lance Summerside, Cliff Murphy trains. 5, Sunny Black, owned by Perry Burke of Grosau, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken, Miles Heffernan. Elroy Shiner wears number 6, owned by Frank Sweet of Knutsford, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet drives. 4 minutes to post time. The Red Shores Late Pick 4 starts on race 12 tonight, featuring the $1,000 guaranteed pool and the low 15% takeout.
Yeah, so keep an eye on that. That Late Pick 4 beginning in race number 12. Like Van said, last 4 races, $1,000 guaranteed pool, low 15% takeout starts on race number 12 this evening. And an update in the All-Star Handicapping Challenge after race number 9. Melissa Keith had the winner, Hippie John, last time out. So Melissa now on top of the standings. So with 21 points, Ken Workington second with 18, and Garnet Barnsdale is third in the competition after 9 races. Here is the 2. It's TH Boomtown this afternoon for Dr. Don Ling and Wayne McDougall of Stratford. Ron Matheson trains. Gilles Barrio is the driver. The last couple have been at the 26.01s, left 5-2 down there, finished third to High Voltage Deo, 53 and 128 on the end of it. Pretty good effort. And then same level left, post 6, had to come first up. 7th last time out, 56 and 429 on the end of it. So gets a better spot to work from here today at the 22.51 level. TH Boomtown, 8-5. This is the 1, Malignity for Debbie Francis, Roseanne and Chantel Langell. They are all co-owners. Paul Langell trains. Paul does the driving as well. He knows him very well. 26 lifetime wins from 50 starts does Malignity. The record is 52 and 3 right here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. And his last one was a good one at the 13.01s, left 4. Paul put him right on the point and rolled him right down The Red Shores Highway 52-3, 27-3 on the end of it. Awesome effort last time out. So he moves up, but he gets another great spot to work from. Paul's going to have him well placed from the word go. He's looking to go back-to-back at Red Shores, Malignity, even money. And this is 3 Jules Dragon for Nick McGilvery of Cornwall. Andy Campbell trains. Mark Campbell will do the driving. We slide down the lines. 3 down, 16:01, June 14th, off the rail. Gate to wire, 56. 28-4, nice win. Went to the 19:01s, third there, 53-4 to Avatar J, 28 to close it out. And last time out, 22:51, 7th and 55-3. Tony Tutal won it. Jules Dragon charted 55-3, 29-4. Same level, moves in a couple of spots to post 3. Jules Dragon and Campbell, 10-1. Okay, quick look at the odds before we go here. Malignity for Langell, looking to go back-to-back. Up the class ladder today on the rail, even money. TH Boomtown, post 2 this afternoon. There he is for Barrio at 9-5. Jules Dragon, Campbell, 9-1. Pictonian I Am, Kenny Murphy at 8-1. Sonny Black coming off a nice win at the 16:01s. Won it in 54-4, 27-4. Kicked home to win that race on the 28th. So that was a nice win for him. Heffernan has him from post 5 at 7-2. And Elroy Shiner for Sweet on the outside here. Brady already has a win today, 11-1. So we're getting close in race number 10 at Red Shores. Getting set for race number 10 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this evening as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance Cameron, up to you for the race call.
Lining up from the rail out, Malignity, TH Boomtown, Jules Dragon, Pictonian I Am, Sonny Black, Elroy Shiner. It's the 10th. They're on the gate, and the gate is at the top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Elroy Shiner from the far outside. Malignity has the rail into the turn to get away. Third is TH Boomtown. Fourth, that's Jules Dragon. Pictonian I Am fifth. And the trailer, Sunny Black. Up the backstretch they go. And here comes the front stepping Elroy Shiner on the outside to lead them to the quarter for Brady Sweet. Malignity, and Langell says it's give and go time on the front end. Coming into the two-hole to regain the lead. Past the quarter, Malignity takes over 28 and 1. Racing from second, that's Elroy Shiner. T.H. Boomtown will round the turn third. Fourth is Jules Dragon. That's Pictonian I Am fifth. And the trailer is Sunny Black. Down the stretch in straight alignment. Approaching the midway point, led by Malignity by 2. Second, that's Elroy Shiner. Racing from third, T.H. Boomtown. Fourth, Jules Dragon. There goes Sunny Black underway in the outside fifth. Now the trailer, Pictonian I Am 57 seconds flat for a half a mile. Malignity takes him by the 5/8. Second is Elroy Shiner. T.H. Boomtown makes his move to the outside third. Fourth is Jules Dragon. Sunny Black on the outside is fifth. Pictonian I Am sixth. They're at 3/4. Malignity by 2.5. Second at the rail, Elroy Shiner. T.H. Boomtown on the outside. 3/4 up in 1:25 and 1. They went 28 and 1 in the third, and they're homeward bound. It's all Malignity in here. Racing from second, Elroy Shiner, T.H. Boomtown, Sunny Black way wide. Malignity absolutely romps for Paul Langell. T.H. Boomtown was second. Might have been Sunny Black to rally third. What a trip! 1:52.4.
Okay, here's a slow-mo for race number 10 from Red Shores and Charlottetown, brought to you by Universal Media. We talked about him in the pre-race. He looked real good last week, 8 to wire, 52 and 3, 27 and 3 on the end of it. He was even better here this afternoon. He looked great. He went up the ladder, and it didn't take long. He sat too early after Elroy Shiner busted the wings. Paul said no way, out and around for Malignity, 28 and 1, 57. Separation on the backside, 125 and 1. Paul sitting chilly in the bike here. Beauty shot by Universal Media. 152 and 4. Malignity back to back at Red Shores.
Here's Malignity in the 10th race winner's circle. Pacing Black Gelding 5 by Malicious from the Royal Majesty Dam, Lady Kellyanne. Owned by Debbie Francis, Roseanne, and Chantel Angel of Nova Scotia. Bred by Gary McPherson. Paul Angel trains and drives. Miles in 1:52 and 4. Malignity in the 10th. Here's the official results in race 10. Malignity the winner. T.H. Boomtown was second. Jules Dragon 6th. Pictonian I Am 5th. Sunny Black 3rd. Elroy Shiner 4th. Fractions went 28 and 1. 57. 125 and 1. And the mild in 152 and 4. In review, 126 534. Malignity paid 280. The exactor 370, triactor 1040, and the superfecta 393. Another reminder of the matinee racing card tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. at the Kensington Racetrack. Matinee racing, Kensington, tomorrow afternoon, 2 p.m.
Okay, working on race number 11 this afternoon here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. We had our first 4 p.m. post time, so we'll work on the 11th to get to the picks for the handicappers in just a moment. First of all, I want to tell you about the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial. The McDonald family is pleased to present the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial in memory of their parents. The Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial is scheduled for Saturday, August the 2nd at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Following the race, the McDonald family will present a cooler and trophy to the winning horse and owner. There's a look at the picks from the handicappers. Melissa Keith going to the 5 here. Macho Phil. Ken Workington likes the 1. Katie's Bet, as does Garnet Barnsdale. And post time picks 1, 2, and 3. Post parade for race number 11 is on the way next.
Evening's 11th race on parade. Katie's Bet 1, owned by Kyle Wilkie of Sherwood and Shelley Wilkie from Stratford. Kyle does the training, driven by Jason Hughes. Melanie's Magic number 2 is owned by Sandra Stead of Montague. Corey McPherson trains and drives. 3, George's Credit, owned and trained by Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire. Today, David Dowling. Geish's Treasure 4, owned by Blaze Rogerson of Trackety Cross, trained by Brendan Mullen, Ryan DeRoche. 5 is Macho Phil, owned by Ali Campbell of Charlottetown, trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell driving. Here comes MH6, owned and trained by Melvin Gamester of Hunter River, Gilles Barrios. Sports Teller 7, owned by Rebecca McLeod, Gabby McNevin, Michael Arsenault, and Joey Farrell. Adam Murner trains and drives. 5 minutes to post time. Peter is back with the top contenders, but first a message from Northumberland Ferries.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Okay, working on race number 11 this afternoon or this evening. It's that first 4 o'clock post time as we work into just after 7 here tonight. Race number 11 Exactor, the 20-cent Super, the try as well. Win, place, and show. If you're on track, take your ticket with the Wild Horses with the jackpot at $25. Here's Katie's bet tonight for Kyle Wilkie and Shelley Wilkie. Kyle trains and Jason Hughes gets the call. The horse has been racing pretty good. Had some outside post, 7:01, left 7, finished 4th, 55-1, 28-4. And then at the 7:01s again last time from post 8, first up, 5th on the edges, 57, 29, and 2. On the inside today, Katie's bet and the Blue Knight 5-2. Here's Macho Phil for Ali Campbell of Charlottetown. Landon Campbell trains. Mark Campbell does the driving. Dropping down for this assignment, 13:01s on June the 7th. Left 2, tracking most of the way 5th. Beaten 2, early play 1 at 57-4, the charted mile for Macho Phil on that day. And then he came back on June the 14th. Again, left 2, finished 6th, 58-1. And then at the 10:31s, last time out, 9th, 58. 5 wins last year from 27 starts. The record was 54 here in Charlottetown. So down to the 7:01s from post 5 today. Macho Phil, 6-5. This is Sports Teller for Rebecca McLeod and Gabby McNevin and Michael Arsenault and Joey Farrell. They all share the ownership of Sports Teller. Adam Murner trains, and he does the driving as well. 22:51s, 3 back, 4th to Almanac. He raced well, 55-1, 28-1, and then at the 16:01s, 5th on the edges, 56-4, and then at the 1,001 level in Summerside, left 8, finished 7th, 57-2. So he makes the trek back to Charlottetown, drops down a little bit further. He's on the outside for Murner here. Sports Teller, 2-1.
Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets today. It's valued at $1,155. The winning number will be S2060426. Today's 50-50 winning number for $1,155, S2060426. Good luck.
Okay, quick look at the odds before we go here in the 11th. Like I was saying earlier, we've had some terrific payouts along the way here this afternoon. 3 tries at over $1,000 already this afternoon. So we hope you're cashing wherever you're watching and enjoying the races from Red Shores this afternoon. Katie's Bet is 8-5, 14-1 in Melanie's Magic. George's Credit is at 23-1. Geese's Treasure, that's Ryan DeRoche today at 5-1. Macho Phil dropping down for Campbell, 9-5. Here comes Emmett Barrio at 9-1. And Sports Teller also dropping today for Murner at 3-1. Good luck with your picks here in race number 11. We're getting close. Okay, getting set for race number 11 this afternoon from Red Shores in Charlottetown as the horses line up behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, Vance Cameron, take it away.
Katie's Bet, Melanie's Magic, George's Credit, Geese's Treasure, Macho Phil. Here comes Emmett, Sports Teller. It's the 11th, top of the stretch. 11th race, ready for a start. Rough and pacing Macho Phil, George's Credit leaving out on the rail. That is Katie's Bet. Then the fourth one to the turn, Melanie's Magic. Way wide, Sports Teller goes fifth. Sixth, that is Geese's Treasure. And the trailer, here comes Emmett, the quarter pole bound. Macho Phil and Mark Campbell made the lead. Second, that is Katie's Bet on the outside. Sports Teller is coming third. Fourth up the rail, Melanie's Magic racing from fifth, George's Credit. Geese's Treasure sixth, and the trailer. Here comes Emmett is seventh. New leader off the quarter of 28 and 2. Sports Teller and Murner clear the lead. Second, that's Macho Phil around the turn. Third, that's Katie's Bet. Fourth, along the inside, Melanie's Magic. George's Credit continues fifth, followed by Geese's Treasure. And here comes Emmett. They're halfway home, led by Sports Teller and Adam Murner. Macho Phil is second. Third is Katie's Bet. 55 and 3. Wow. 27 and 1 second quarter. Sitting up here at Charlottetown. That's Sports Teller, the leader. They're going to 3/4. Macho Phil second. Katie's Bet right up tight third. Fourth, that is Melanie's Magic up the rail. George's Credit fifth. Then in sixth, Geese's Treasure trailing. Here comes Emmett. They're by 3/4. Murner goes to work on Sports Teller by 2. 3/4 in 1. 24 and 3, just an eighth of a mile out, and that's Sports Teller turning home. Katie's Bet on the outside second. Macho Phil back to third. George's Credit closing up the inside, but it's Sports Teller on the line for Adam Murner. Second is Katie's Bet. George's Credit rallied up the inside third. Time for this mile, 1:53. 3.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 11 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. We talked about him in the pre-race. He was dropping down, had been as high as the 22.51s. He was dropping today, and Adam didn't wait long. And once they straightened up, Adam moved, and he cleared past that quarter, 28-2. Briefly, the lead was held by Macho Phil, but not for long. Sports Teller takes over past the quarter, 55-3. They were rocking and rolling past the half. Sports Teller and Murner at that point, followed by Macho Phil and Katie's Bet. 3/4, 124-3. Katie's Bet makes a move to try to close in on Sports Teller, but it's not going to happen as Sports Teller had the jump on them down the lane, and he's going to win here this afternoon as he drops down and scores for Murner 153-3. Katie's Bet raced well. That horse finishes second, and it looks like George's Credit rallies in for third. No doubt about the winner, Sports Teller and Murner in race number 11.
Sports Teller on his way to the 11th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 6 by Sports Rider. From the Pan Pacific Flight Dam, Don't Tell Russ. Owned by Rebecca McLeod, Gabby McNevin, Michael Arsenault, and Joey Farrell. Bred by Troy Mark of Simcoe, Ontario. Adam Murner training and driving. Excellent trip today. They stopped the clock in 153-3. Sports Teller in the 11th. Here's the official results in race 11. Katie's Bet second. Melanie's Magic seventh. George's Credit third. Geisha's Treasure fifth. Macho Phil fourth. Here comes Emmett sixth. Sports Teller the race winner. 28-2. 55-3. 124-3. And the mile 153-3. From the top, your program reads 273 54 6-1. Sports Teller returning 590 to win. The exactor 1180, triactor 119.60, and the superfecta 25.90.
Okay, working on race number 12 at Red Shores in Charlottetown this evening. 4 to go in the live presentation. We've had some great racing here this afternoon. We've had some great payouts along the way. Kenny Arsenault with career training win number 1,000 with Hippie John earlier on in the card. So congratulations again to Kenny. As we work on the 12th, we'll get to our picks and the handicappers' picks. We'll give you an update on that in just a moment. But first of all, I want to tell you about RCS Construction. Red Shores is proud to partner with RCS Construction, a trusted general contractor in Atlantic Canada for nearly 3 decades. RCS Construction has been delivering high-quality projects in commercial, retail, hospitality, and industrial sectors. RCS is proud to help shape our communities with authentic and reliable construction solutions. Thanks again to the Atlantic Post Calls, as they are the title sponsor of the Paddock Cam here in Charlottetown for 2025. As we slide in the All-Star Handicappers picks here for race number 12, the 5 is Melissa Keith's choice. That's Dusty Lane Zorro here for Donnie McNeil. Ken Workington likes the 4. That's Redland Sampson. Garnet Barnsdale going to 7. Freight Air and Kurt Hughes post-time picks with the 5, Dusty Lane Zorro, as we get set for the post parade in race number 12 coming up next.
Big Bad Bruiser on the 12th race post parade. Neil Bamberg of Charlottetown owns and trains. Adam Murner drives. I'm Hungry Too is owned by Chantal Langell of Lower Onslow and the Schooner 2 stable of Truro, Nova Scotia. Paul Langell trains and drives. West Coast Kid number 3 owned by Lynn McLaren, John McKenzie, and Colton Prophet, trained by Philip Kelly, Corey McPherson. Redland Sampson 4, owned by Roderick Gillis, Donnie Smith, Paul Hogan, and Troy Cudmore. Trained by Cliff Murphy, driven by Kenny Murphy. 5 is Dusty Lane Zorro, owned by Alexis Gass of Cornwall, trained by Ronnie Gass, Donnie McNeil. I'm Sir Scarlet 6, owned by Daryl and Gordon McLean and Stephen Downey. Daryl trains and drives. Freight Air number 7, owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River, trained by Neil Bambrick, Brody McPhee driving. Numbers 8 and 9 have both been excused from the post parade, but will start. 4 minutes to post time for free race programs, post time picks, race replays, post positions, and winning favorites. Visit the Red Shores player portal.
Yeah, so 3 to go here before race number 12. It's a one-stop shop for everything in harness racing at Red Shores. Head to the player portal, Redshores.ca/racing, to find out all your information. And we have an update on the All-Star Handicapping Challenge as well. We have a tie for first after race number 11. Melissa Keith and Ken Workington tied for first with 26 points, and Garnet Barnsdale is third with 16 points through 11 races this afternoon at Red Shores. Okay, 3 to go, like we said here before race number 12, and 4 to go in the live presentation. Exactor 20-cent super, the try as well, the guarantee 20-cent pick 4, and win, place, and show. If you're on track, tag your ticket. Wild Horses, the jackpot is $25. Here's Dusty Lane Zorro for Alexis Gass of Cornwall. Running Gas Trains and Donnie McNeil does the driving. 1901's 3 down, 6th to early play, 55 and 3 the charted mile for Dusty Lane Zorro. He can back out to race on June the 21st. 5th on the edge is 55 the charted mile to Jack Boswell. And last time out, left 8, finished 8th, 56 and 3, but did close 27 and 4. Dropping down today to the non-winners of 1001, gets post 5 for Donnie McNeil. Dusty Lane Zorro now 5 to 2. Paul Angela already has a win today. Nice win with Malignity, as that horse looked good winning earlier on the card. He's looking for the double. Paul is with I'm Hungry here for Chantal Angel. And the Schooner 2 stable from Truro, they're the co-owners. Paul does the training. Paul does the driving as well on I'm Hungry here. If we slide down and look at that start on June 7th, 7:01's a little tussle early, got front, was a winner by 3 and change, 57, 28, and 4. Had to leave from post 6, 2 back, finished 7th, 56 and 3, and then back tier last time out, 5th, 56 and 4, 29 and 1. Slides down a little bit today. Great spot to work from. I'm Hungry, 9 to 5. Here's the 4, Redland Sampson. He's been racing that 13:01 level for the last 4 starts. He had a good one, 2 down. June 21st, off the rail, tracked all the way for 3rd. He raced well. Elroy Shiner won at Evil Minute 2nd. Redland Sampson right there, 3rd, 56 and 3, 28 on the end of it. And then last time left 2, finished 4th, 56, 29 on the end of it. 5 wins last year, 58 and 2 the quickest here in Charlottetown. And he's another class dropper. He's dropping down a little bit here today, post 4 for Kenny Murphy and Redland Sampson. Okay, getting set for race number 12 this afternoon from Redshores in Charlottetown. as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the race call.
Big Bad Bruiser, I'm Hungry. West Coast Kid, Redland Samson, Dusty Lane Zorro. I'm Sir Scarlet, Freight Air. Windsong Quincy on the outside. In back the trailer, Officer Jones. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough and pacing West Coast Kid, and I'm Hungry leaving out. I'm Sir Scarlet on the far outside. Up the rail, Big Bad Bruiser as they round the turn. Coming up fifth on the outside is Freight Air, away sixth. Redland Sampson, Officer Jones seventh. Then Dusty Lane Zorro is eighth, and the trailer ninth. That is Winsong Quincy along the backstretch for time one. I'm Hungry along the rail to his outside. I'm Sir Scarlet, and another battle for the front end in here. I'm Sir Scarlet on the outside. I'm Hungry along the rail, keeping them there. Then third is Big Bad Bruiser, 27-4. Another scorcher opening quarter. Down the stretch for the first time. I'm Hungry up the rail. On the outside, I'm Sir Scarlet getting the cold shoulder. Third is Big Bad Bruiser. Fourth, that's West Coast Kid. Redland Sampson moving up fifth. Then in sixth, Freight Air. Seventh, Dusty Lane Zorro. Officer Jones back to eight. On the outside, ninth, Winsong Quincy. 55-4 was the half mile. Welcome to the fastest half mile track in the country today. Up the backstretch, three wide, they go to three quarters. Redland Sampson takes over. Three wide, moving up for second is Freight Air. Then third, I'm Sir Scarlet. Dusty Lane Zorro is coming fourth. Three quarters in the books, and they were there in 1:26-2. Redland Sampson clear by three. Freight Air is second. Dusty Lane Zorro third. West Coast Kid fourth. Turning for home, led by Redland Sampson. Freight Air second. West Coast Kid, Dusty Lane Zorro. On the wire next, here is Redland Sampson in line to Kenny Murphy. Looked like Freight Air was second. We're going to need a show photo. Time for this mile, 1:56-1.
Okay, here's a slow-mo for race number 12 from Red Shores in Charlottetown, and we talked about him in the pre-race. He was dropping down here a little bit. He'd been at that 13:01 level. He was third, two back there. Raced pretty good, closed in 28. This race set up for him perfectly here, and Kenny gave him the perfect ride here as they were going battling early. The 6 and the 2, I'm Hungry, and I'm Sir Scarlet. 27-4, Snappy, 55-4. Wow, were they rolling past the half? Kenny tipped three wide with Redland Sampson through 1:26-2, and he got the jump on them. There was separation down the lane. They were closing in a little bit, but Kenny, like I said, had the jump with Redland Sampson, and he's going to win 1:56-1. Perfect drive by Murphy here today. They reach up and score. Tight for the deuce. Yes, it looks like Freight Air in for second, and Dusty Lane Zorro is third in race number 12.
Redland Sampson arriving at the 12th race winner's circle by pacing Gouting. He's 5 by Arch Peak off the Armbro Macintosh Jam. Lady Sometimes, owned by Roderick Gillis, Donnie Smith, Paul Hogan, and Troy Cudmore. Bred by Arnold Hagen of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy will guide him to victory and a new pacing record today. 156-1. Redland Sampson in the 12th. Here's the official results from race 12. Big Bad Bruiser was 5th. I'm a Hungry 9th. West Coast Kid 4th. Redland Sampson the race winner. Dusty Lane Zorro 3rd. I'm Sir Scarlet 7th. Freight Air was 2nd. Windsong Quincy 6th. Officer Jones was 8th. They went 27-4, 55-4. 126-2, and the mile 156-1. In review, it's 594, 137, 268. Redland Sampson paid $28 to win. The exactor $135.60. Triactor $624.30, and the superfecta $185.65.
Okay, welcome back to the HPI broadcast desk here in Charlottetown tonight as we have 3 to go in the live presentation. Another great horse race there, and congrats to Kenny Murphy for getting the job done in race number 12 this afternoon. We'll get to the 13th in our picks here in just a moment. First of all, we're going to tell you about HPI PEI rewards. Redshores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for PEI customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points. Convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for PEI. Yeah, we'll slide in the selections here for race number 13. Our all-star handicappers are with us every Saturday in July. Melissa Keith likes the 3 almanac here for Kenny Murphy. Kenny looking to go back-to-back after winning the last one with Redland Sampson. Ken Workington going to the 2. Impeccable Shadow, who raced really well here last time out. That's Paul Langell. Garnet Barnsdale also with the 2, and Kurt Hughes. Post-time picks 2, 3, and 5. Horses on the way for post-parade next.
They're on the track for the 13th. One Moonrider, owned by Debbie Elliman from Barquois, Quebec. Keith Ford trains and drives. Two is Impeccable Shadow, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated, and Melissa Rennie. Paul Angel trains and drives. 3 is Almanac, owned by Ryan McLaughlin of Cornwall, trained by Jennifer Doyle. Kenny Murphy. Nova Scotia Strong, number 4, owned by Tyler Moore, Gordy Rudolph, Archie Hatchie, and James Bagnall. Mike McGuigan now trains and drives. House Edge Hanover, number 5, owned by Everett Hansen of Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Ron Matheson, Jill Burial. Like a King, number 6, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick, trained and driven by David Dowling. 3 minutes to post time. The greatest show in harness racing, the $100,000 Gold Cup and Saucer, is Saturday, August 16th, and proudly presented by title sponsor Atlantic Lottery.
PEI is a special place with a special race, the Gold Cup and Saucer, the greatest show in harness racing. This year, we celebrate the 66th edition of Canada's most prestigious race on a half-mile track.
18, and Tyler Moore in the Gold Cup and Saucer.
It's Gimbal and Paul McDonald. Gimbal wins the Gold Cup and Saucer.
Art Shark, Scott Giron in the Gold Cup and Saucer.
Join us this August on Prince Edward Island for the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Yeah, not that far away. And a reminder, all the trials this year are on one day, August the 9th, the Saturday, August the 9th. The post time will be 4 p.m. All the trials will be on that day. The $100,000 final the following Saturday on August the 16th. Okay, working on the 13th here. 3 to go on the live presentation. Exactor, 20-cent super the try. Win, place, and show. Tag your ticket if you're on track. Talk about $25. It's Almanac here for Ryan McLaughlin of Cornwall. Jen Doyle trains, and Kenny Murphy gets the call. 3 down, 22.51s, left 6, got front, and was a winner, 54 and 4, 29 on the end of it. The last couple you can see have been at that 26.01 level, 6th last time out to Mickey Shan. Almanac 55 and 1, charted mile 28 on the end of it. So slides down the ladder to the 19.01s. Post 3 for Kenny Murphy, 9-2. Here's to 5, House Edge Hanover for Everett Hansen. Ron Matheson is the trainer. Jill Barrio gets the call to drive. 9 wins last year from 17 starts, 53 and 2 over Charlottetown. Does have 4 wins already this year, the quickest 56 and 2 at Western Fair in London. And then the last time out, Charlottetown, June 28th, left 7, finished 5th on the edges, 54 and 4, 27 and 4. Pretty good effort from out there. Good group, Tony Tutal, Navalny, Pictoni, and IM. They were 1, 2, 3, House Edge Hanover, 5th on that day. So moves in a couple of spots here. Barrio knows the horse very well. 2-1. And there's Impeccable Shadow for Dale and Ronnie Rennie. Inc. Melissa Rennie, they share the ownership. Paul Angel trains. Paul does the driving as well. I thought the horse was really good last time out. 19.01, left 7, sat 7 early, first over, 4th at the top of the lane, and sprints home in 27 and 3. Just missed 3rd by half a length. Really good race. Tradition won it. Elroy Shiner 2nd. This guy was storming late. 3rd, beaten half a length. 55 and 3. His charted trip, 27 and 3. To close it out. Prior to that, June 21st, he was 3rd, 54 and 1, and the one on June the 14th, left 5, 55 and 1. He was 2nd by a nose, 55 flat, 28 and 2. He's knocking on the door, this guy. Today may be his day. Impeccable Shadow, 2-1. What a betting board this is right now. Anybody can win this race. Moonrider at 9-1. Impeccable Shadow, we talked about him. He's now a slight choice, 9-5. Almanac dropping 5-1. Nova Scotia Strong and Mike McGuigan. Mike already has a win earlier on the card. That horse taking late money, 9-2. We talked about House Edge Hanover for Barrio at 2-1, and Like a King for Dowling. There they are, taking late money as well at 3-1. Yeah, tough race to pick a winner. Good luck here as we get close in the 13th. Okay, getting set for race number 13 this afternoon on a beauty day here in Charlottetown as the horse is swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance, what about the payouts today? Awesome. Up to you for the call.
Yeah, the people are getting their money's worth both on and off the track, Peter. Lighting up in the 13th, Moonrider, Impeccable Shadow, Almanac, Nova Scotia Strong, House Edge Hanover, Like a King, top of the stretch. Here they come. And away they go. Off and pacing, Moonrider at the rail, leaving out. Almanac is off stride into the turn. Coming second on the outside as they move on around the turn. Impeccable Shadow getting away in third. House Edge Hanover racing from fourth. Down on the inside, that's Nova Scotia Strong. Like a King away fifth. And Troubles in the backfield for Almanac. On the backstretch, they go to the quarter. Impeccable Shadow made the lead. Now he has to deal with House Edge Hanover and Barry Alder set to take over. Off an opening quarter mile of 28-1. The new leader, House Edge Hanover. Racing from second, Impeccable Shadow, Moonrider third. Nova Scotia Strong is fourth. Racing from fifth is Like a King. And in the backfield, Almanac the trailer. They arrive at the opening half mile, led by House Edge Hanover and Barry Alder halfway home. Second, Impeccable Shadow, Moonrider third. There goes Like a King. Underway in the outside fourth. Trailing, racing from fifth is Nova Scotia Strong. And then the trailer, that is Almanac. 56-1 was the halfway home time. 28 seconds flat in the second quarter. On the backstretch, they go to three quarters. Chasing House Edge Hanover. Impeccable Shadow is second. Moonrider is gapping third. Like a King on the outside fourth, but no advancement. At the rail, Nova Scotia Strong. Almanac is being pulled up. 3/4 in one. 25-2. They arrive at the 7/8. It's House Edge Hanover turning home. Impeccable Shadow, the only one with a shot at the leader. Down the stretch they come. House Edge Hanover on the outside. Impeccable Shadow. It's House Edge Hanover for Gilberto. Second, that'll go to Impeccable Shadow. Third is Nova Scotia Strong. They're home in 1:53-1.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 13 from Redshores in Charlottetown. This afternoon, they left hard off the wings, and Almanac went on the run. So that allowed Impeccable Shadow to get the lead briefly, but not for long, as House Edge Hanover came calling early, and he was the leader after an early tussle, 28-1, and he controlled it the rest of the way, 56-1 for House Edge Hanover, followed by Impeccable Shadow, 125-2. The two of them are going to decide it deep in the lane here now as House Edge Hanover fends off Impeccable Shadow late. Barrio made the winning move early, got front, and goes right down the road. 153-1. House Edge Hanover and Barrio in the winner's circle next.
House Edge Hanover in the 13th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing gelding 4, but betting line off the Dragon Again Dam, Hug a Dragoness, owned by Everett Hansen of Majorville, New Brunswick, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms. Trained by Ronnie Matheson, Joe Barrio. Guides him to victory and a new record of 153 and a 1. House Edge Hanover in the 13th. Now the official results in the 13th, Moonrider 4th, Impeccable Shadow 2nd. Almanac did not finish. Nova Scotia Strong was 3rd. House Edge Hanover, the race winner. Like a King 5th. 28 and 1, 56 and 1, 125 and 2, and the mile in 153 and 1. In review, it's 4-2, did not finish. 3-1-5. House Edge Hanover paid $4.90 to win. The exactor $10.40. The triactor $65.20. And the superfecta was $20.98.
Okay, working on race number 14 this afternoon. It is the feature here in Charlottetown. It's going to be a dandy here. We'll get to our picks in just a moment. Vance will be along with his picks for the feature as well. First of all, going to tell you about O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen. You can join us at O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, located on the lower level of Red Shores, Charlottetown, now featuring new lunch and dinner menus. Backed by popular demand is the daily special. Fan favorites, steak sandwich, hot hamburger, Southwest chicken wrap. Visit Redshores.ca for more information. Quick look at the selections. It's unanimous. Save America for Melissa Keith, Ken Workington, Garnet Barnsdale, and the post-time picks. Save America. Everybody has this horse on top. Post parade is next.
Preferred Pacers in today's featured race, number 14, they're on post parade. Marigo Magic number 1, owned by Mike May. Herman McQuaid, Derek Cameron, and Ian Walker, trained and driven by Adam Murner. Blood Money number 2, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Ron Matheson. Gilles Barrio drives. Middleton Terror 3, owned by Kingsley Walsh of Albany and Frank Balcom of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by David Dowling. For Rollum, owned by Savage Stable, Brent Campbell and Ryan McLeod, trained by Landing Campbell, Mark Campbell aboard. Save America 5, owned by the stable Save America from Guelph, Ontario, trained by Jamie Smith. Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat. 4 minutes to post time. Peter, you and I come up with our selections here in the Saturday featured with preferred pacers set to go postward. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their presentation of the Vance Cam. You can't go any farther than the 5 from my point of view, Peter. Save America. He's been perfect in 2 Charlottetown Driving Park starts. The latest in 150-4. That makes him the fastest horse on the East Coast in this racing season. So let's give him another win as he heads up to Summerside in the West for the Governor's Plate eliminations next Sunday afternoon. Wow, I can't wait for that one, Peter. I like Save America. I'm going to go to Fort Rollum. He got his first win of the season on Canada Day at Summerside, where he wired the field in 53-1. I like the 1 Marigo Magic, and if you play the Super, I'm using the 2 Blood Money. 5-4-1-2 from the booth. Peter, your choices.
You and I were talking last week. This may be the best group of horses, Vance, we've had heading into the Governor's Plate, would you say?
Without a doubt, Peter. We're going to assemble the greatest field of horses in the history of the Governor's Plate. Can't wait for it.
Yeah, going to be great. We'll be watching the eliminations. We'll be there for the final as well. Going to be great. Vance, I do like Save America as well, just for all the reasons you said. I will put the 1 in for second, Marigo Magic, and the 2 for third, Blood Money. 5-1-2 for me in race number 14. Good luck with your picks here. Going to be a dandy. Okay, race number 14. We're getting set for it. It is the feature here on a Saturday evening in Charlottetown. We had our first 4 p.m. post time. It's working out great. We've had some terrific payouts and some terrific racing along the way here. Quick look at the board here. 5-1 on Marigo Magic. That's a nice price on this horse from the rail here today for Adam Murner. Blood Money taking late money as well for Barrio. Joe won the last one. So 3-1 on Blood Money. Middleton Terror for Dowling at 19-1. Roll'em looked real good in Summerside last time out. Gate to wire at Red Shores Summerside. 53-1. He's post 4 today for Mark Campbell, 12-1. And Save America, been really, really good since arriving on the island. 2 back there. Got front from post 5, a winner 51, and then one from post 8 back on June the 21st, 50-4. So he's looking for 3 in a row from post 5 here today. Ken Murphy will drive Save America at 1-4. We're just moments away from the feature at Red Shores. Okay, getting set for race number 14 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Saturday evening feature. Vance, up to you for the call.
Preferred Pacers, lining up. Marigo Magic. Blood Money, Middleton Terror. Roll'em. Save America. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Up and pacing Save America and Marigo Magic are firing out. Blood Money 3rd to the turn to get away 4th. That's Middleton Terror, and the early trailer is a Roll'em, and they are rolling in here by the 8th pole, Marigo Magic. To his outside, here is Save America, parked, racing to the opening quarter, and Save America now clear for Kenny Murphy. Second, Marigo Magic, then third is Blood Money, Middleton racing 4th, Middleton Terror, and the trailer. That's Roll'em. Check this one out. Boom! Just like that! 26-2 opened it up. Down the stretch they come, led by Save America. Marigo Magic is second, Blood Money third. Tightening up 4th, Middleton Terror. Roll'em is the trailer 5th. They're halfway home in the preferred, led by Save America and Kenny Murphy. 2-hole ride, Marigo Magic. 54-2 for a half a mile, 28 seconds flat. In the second quarter, they swing by the 5-8. Save America is the leader now by 2. Marigo Magic second. Blood Money third. Middleton Terror 4th. 5th on the outside of Roll'em. They're arriving at 3/4. Save America opens up by 4. Marigo Magic giving chase. Blood Money third. The 3/4 up. 1:22.4. Homeward bound it's all. Save America up against the clock today. Moving into second as they drive down the stretch. Blood Money. Deep stretch. And Save America, a going-away winner. In line to Kenny Murphy. Blood Money was second. We'll need a show photo. Time for the mile, 1:51 flat. Wow!
Okay, here's a slow-mo for race number 14 from Red Shores in Charlottetown. Little tussle early between the 5 and the 1, but once Save America got to the front and able to control it the rest of the way, it was lights out, party over. 26 and 2, Save America. Yes, that's snappy for early July here. 54 and 2. Absolutely rocking and rolling. Separation up the backside here as the 5 Save America starts to drive away, and down the lane they come here now. Kenny Yassett and Chile on the end of it here now with Save America. He's going to score and make it 3 in a row at Red Shores. He is dominant again. Save America 151 flat wins race number 14. We'll see him and Kenny in the winner's circle next.
Here comes Save America to the 14th race winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding, 5 years, the son of Captain Treacherous. Off the Western Ideal Dam, My Lady Day. Home of the stable Save America from Guelph, Ontario. Bred by Frederick Hertek of Delaware. Trained by Jamie Smith. Kenny Murphy's second winner on the day for the double. The miles in 1:51 flat. Save America in the preferred. Now the official results from the 14th. Marigo Magic 5th. Blood Money 2nd. Middleton Terror finished 3rd. Rollum 4th. Save America, the race winner. The fractions went 26 and 2. 54 and 2. 120, 2 and 4. And the mile 151. In review, it's 5-2-3, 4-1. Save America 220. The exactor 1680. Triactor 147.40. And the superfecta 1570.
Okay, welcome back to Red Shores here at the top of the park, the HBI broadcast desk. Peter McPhee here. Lee Drake is here as well, and Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. What a trip by Save America. He makes it 3 in a row in Prince Edward Island and wins again for Kenny Murphy, 151 flat. Just an excellent performance here this afternoon as we work on race number 15. And let's give you an update in the All-Star Handicapping Challenge as we go into the last race. And here it is, Ken Workington in the lead. Kenny with 39 points this afternoon. Melissa Keith is second with 32 points. And Garnet Barnsdale third with 27 in leg number 1. As we have one more to go, but Ken Workington leading the way so far today at Red Shores. And also this afternoon we have that early late super high five. And the late super high five comes up here on race number 15. I'll have my super high five. Vance will have his in race number 15 as we close it out in Charlottetown this evening. And here are the handicappers' picks in the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. Melissa Keith is going to the 3. Bet him alive here for Langell. Ken Workington likes the 4. Pendleton Rodeo. Garnet Barnsdale going to the rail with Fill My Beer. Post-time picks, Kurt Hughes for 1 and 3. One more to go on the live presentation. Post-parade for the 15th is next.
Fill My Beer on the 15th Race Post Parade, owned by Brady Doyle, Ryan McLeod, Kent McDonald, and Brent Campbell. Trained by Landon Campbell, Mark Campbell drives. Evil Vintage 2, owned by Sandra Stead of Montague, Corey McPherson trains and drives. Bet 'em Alive 3, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin of Charlottetown, trained by Jeff Lilly, Paul Langella. For Pendleton Rodeo, owned by Tyler Burke of Ottawa, Ontario, Robin and Ava Burke of Brackley, Adam Murner trains and drives. Ashes to Ashes 5, owned by Linda Summers, Tracy Conway, and Lynn Livingstone, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilberto. Leaving Bruises 6, owned by Basil Hunter and Douglas Molyneux from Stratford. Basil does the training. The drive goes to Brady Sweet. Spectrum Sealster 7, owned by Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. Laugh Again Hanover 8, owned by Donald McRae, Blair and Eric McLaughlin, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 9 is Spack Jarrow, owned by Mike Slana from Belfast, trained by Raymond White, Kenny Murphy. It's your final call for pari-mutuel wagering on race number 15. Last call to make your selections. Our next card of live racing comes up on Tuesday night at Red Shores, Summerside. Post time is 6 p.m. Peter has his Super High Five ticket to wrap up Saturday in Charlottetown.
Yeah, and a great Saturday it was, Vance. Great to be working with you. And here's a lot of Super High Five tickets. We have our all-star handicappers with us, Ken, Garnett, and Melissa. You can see their selections. Vance is on the far right, 41327 for Vance. I'm on the left at 41327 and 7 here as we close it out with the Super High Five in Charlottetown.
Just another reminder, if you're looking for some harness racing fun on a Sunday afternoon, take a trip to Kensington. They're racing a matinee card there tomorrow. Starts at 2 o'clock. Also, the mini horses will be part of the Kensington show. Tomorrow afternoon, 2 p.m., Kensington matinee races along with the minis.
Okay, getting set for race number 15 as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, Vance. Another great day, another great speed show here this afternoon. Up to you for the call.
Entertainment at its best here at the driving park. They're lighting up in the 15th. Fill My Beer, Evil Vintage, Venom Alive, Pendleton Rodeo, Ashes to Ashes, Leaving Bruises, Spectrum, Sealster, and Lap again, Hanover. The trailer is Spack Gerald. It's the Super High Five finale. Post time. The rough and pacing, Venom Alive leaving out on the rail. Fill My Beer, splitting them is Evil Vintage third. Fourth towards the rail, Spack Gerald. On the outside, Pendleton Rodeo fifth. The getaway sixth, Ashes to Ashes seventh. That is Leaving Bruises. Eighth is Spectrum Sealster, trailing ninth. That is Lap again, Hanover. They're on the backstretch for time one. Fill My Beer and Mark Campbell on the engine. Racing from second is Evil Vintage. Venom Alive is caught out third. He's moving up and going after the leader. Off an opening quarter of 29 and 1. Venom Alive now clear. Racing from second is Fill My Beer. Evil Vintage third. Fourth, that is Spack Gerald. Pendleton Rodeo fifth. Ashes to Ashes, he's sixth. Then in seventh, that's Leaving Bruises. Spectrum Sealster is eighth. And the trailer ninth. Lap again, Hanover halfway home in the nightcap, led by Venom Alive and Paul Angel. Fill My Beer is second, Evil Vintage third, and there goes Pendleton Rodeo underway fourth. 57. 4 was the half. Racing fifth is Spack Gerald. Moving up sixth is Spectrum Sealster. Then in seventh, Ashes to Ashes. Leaving Bruises eighth. And the trailer ninth. Lap again, Hanover. They're headed to three quarters. Venom Alive will get them there. On the outside, Pendleton Rodeo second. Third up the rail. That is Fill My Beer. Fourth is Evil Vintage. 3/4 of a mile in 1:26 and 3, rounding the turn, final time. 1/8 of a mile left to go. In at the rail, Venom Alive. To his outside, Pendleton Rodeo. Fill My Beer far outside, third. Deep stretch now on the wire. Pendleton Rodeo without a murder. Fill My Beer second. Venom Alive held third. 1:54.4.
Okay, here's a slow-mo for race number 15 from Red Shores in Charlottetown. It was the finale here this afternoon. A little tussled early, and Venom Alive was outside early on. He had to step on the gas pedal to Lanzo to get to the front, and he did. 29 and 1, 57 and 4. First over, Pendleton Rodeo as they swing to the backside. Spectrum Sealster was second over through 1:26 and 3, and Pendleton Rodeo, he has lots of momentum off the last turn. He's able to go by the 3, Venom Alive. Adam checks over his shoulder here now, but he knows he's got it here late as he's going to score. Pendleton Rodeo wins it. Fill My Beer in for second. Venom Alive third. Pendleton Rodeo and Murner closing down Red Shores on a Saturday night.
Pendleton Rodeo into the 15th race winner's circle by pacing Stallion 4 by betting line off the Western Hanover Dam Wild West Joe, owned by Tyler Burke of Ottawa, Ontario, Robin and Ava Burke of Brackley, bred by Ray Schnitger of New York. Adam Erner has the training and driving double on this Saturday. The miles in 154 and 4. Pendleton Rodeo and the Merner double in the Super High 5. Now the official results in the 15th, Fill My Beer was second, Evil Vintage fifth, Bet 'em Alive third, Pendleton Rodeo the race winner. Ashes to Ashes was eighth, Leavin' Bruises ninth, Spectrum Sealster finished sixth, Laugh Again Hanover was seventh, Smack Gerald finished fourth. Fractions of 29 and 1, 57 and 4, 126 and 3, and the mile in 154 and 4. From the top, your program reads 253, 189, 674. Pendleton Rodeo 280 to win. Exactor 630. Triactor 1630. Late Daily Double 280. Super High 5 69.76. That will conclude our live presentation on this day. Today's par mutual handle $103,968. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.